So we're on the way to the summit. And as a recap, we have looked at a bunch of skills in terms of how to manage your time, how to reduce procrastination, how to be more effective and productive overall. We looked at different mindsets and how the fixed mindset, which is so common, holds people back, and then how the growth mindset really propels, well, growth. We also looked at a bunch of different learning techniques and study skills and how we can start incorporating that into the basic Bear Hunter system, which uses inquiry-based learning, and then pivoting that towards the hip shot variation, which is even faster and can be more efficient and time-saving. Now we're putting in the missing piece of the puzzle, which is what do we do with that remaining fourth layer of learning, the rote memorization, the arbitrary details, the things that we just need to memorize. So remember, conceptual learning is more effective and it's vastly more time efficient. When you understand why things are, you don't need to memorize them. So the sign of a low-level learner is that they will rely on memorization. The sign of a high-level learner is that they try to reduce what they need to memorize by as much as possible. Memorization is always a last resort. Remember that. Even though I'm going to teach you techniques on how to memorize more effectively, it's still a last resort. The first step is always to understand the logic, then fit the concepts around that, and then nail them in with your concrete, more specific, important details. The rest is for rote learning, repetition, that less efficient way of learning. So it's two very different types of psychology. One goes to the cave theory. It's a very organic, authentic way of learning. It leverages the way that the brain has adapted since way back to learn highly efficiently. We're using the brain exactly as it needs to be used. The other side, rote learning, is a necessary evil because of the current education system and just the demands of academics that we have in modern times. It's not using a highly efficient part of our brain. However, we can use certain parts of our psychology, hack into those to make things more memorable. And you'll see that even the memorization techniques, they do still relate a little bit to those basic principles that we've already talked about before that increase your retention. So remember, two different psychology states. One is repetitive and requires that time and repetition to drill it in through rote learning and memorization. The other one is naturally memorable and has high retention because it makes sense conceptually, it's very logical, and intuitively we can understand the topic. And we want to have as much of the learning with that second, more efficient stage than the first, very time-consuming step. Super important that we don't forget that. Otherwise, you're going to start sliding down a spiral. The only way that you really save time is by maximizing the efficiency of the conceptual learning. So you save time for the rote learning that you need to do afterwards in the exam preparation. So those level 4 details, the stuff that we will end up having to rote learn, these end up being things that are very specific, very specific. These might be the dates that someone was born. These are the enzymes that are used or the catalysts, the names of certain proteins that are involved in certain steps, the specific steps and stages of a particular cycle or a process. Maybe it's a very specific order in which you use a equation or a formula, or maybe it's the constant that you need to memorize to use for your exam, or a titration number. Very specific details, very superficial, very specific and highly focused. These are ones that often do not connect with lots of other different concepts as a single use case scenario. So these are the things that we want to just memorize through rote learning. And the rest we'll be able to learn through the other techniques that we've already covered. So the two combined cover all 4 layers of learning to reach the highest level of mastery possible, so that you can both recall the nitty-gritty details as well as see how all of it fits together very intuitively. So now we're going to go through some of the memorization techniques that you can start incorporating into your full and complete Bear Hunter system. So one of the most common techniques that you're probably already aware of to aid in memorization is the flashcard. And most people use flashcards the wrong way. and there's definitely a wrong way to use them. I've sort of mentioned it before, and I've mentioned the right way of using flashcards multiple times as well. I've said that I'll teach you later. Well, now is later. I'm going to teach you the right way to use flashcards, ways that are sustainable, that are actually effective, and that leverage the biggest benefit of flashcards that most people are not even using. It's kind of ridiculous. There's a technique that can be extremely effective when used the right way, yet most people are using it so incorrectly that it's not using any of the benefits and advantages that flashcards have to offer. So let's have a look at what the correct flashcard technique actually is. So first of all, what are flashcards? Flashcards are just cards that have usually a front side, we'll just call it side 1, and a back side, which we'll call side 2. And on the front side, there is normally a question, and then on the back side, there is the answer to it. Very straightforward. Now, flashcards are not just having summarized information on a card. Okay, so having summarized information on a card, these are not flashcards. These are summary cards, which some people incorrectly call as being flashcards, but they're not actually the same thing, or at least not in the conventional definition of the word. So what I'm talking about are these flashcards here, not summary cards. The conventional original flashcard is done on actual paper. So you'd have a stack of paper, a deck of flashcards, where you've got all the questions on one side and the answers on the other side. However, in modern times, most people use flashcards using apps. Apps such as Anki or Quizlet, these are very common flashcard apps that you can use. And because it's an app and the card is digital, you often have more than two sides as well. So you've got the option in some of these apps of having one side with maybe a question, another side that has an image, and another side that has some kind of maybe audio file even in some cases, or a video, and then an answer on the other side. So you can actually have multiple sides to a single card, which it can sort of shuffle through. So it might feed you the image, and you need to then think of, okay, what's the answer to that one, or what's the audio, and then match that to the answer or the question and the answer. So there's a lot more flexibility that you can have. Having said that, these additional functions and features, like these additional sides to the card, they're not really the main important thing. So here are some of the ways that students usually use flashcards that doesn't make sense. First of all, they write down everything from their notes. So like these are all the notes that they're writing, and you can see based on the way that the notes look like, these are bad notes because they are not visual, they don't reflect anything, they don't have any auto control, they're not spatial or relational. So we know that these are not good notes. But people that use flashcards this way usually don't have good notes either. So they will take all of these notes and they'll chuck them onto flashcards, and they'll end up with hundreds of flashcards, if not even thousands of flashcards. But the thing is with flashcards is that flashcards require something called spaced repetition. And spaced repetition is the idea of doing something one time and then waiting a while and then revising it again another time and then revising a week later or a month later or something like that. I've mentioned this before. That's what spaced repetition is. Now, actually, the more effective version of spaced repetition, well, the research is not super conclusive on this quite yet, but it seems to suggest that rather than just normal spaced repetition, expanding gap spaced repetition is actually more effective, which means that the time that you wait between the first and second delay is shorter than the time that you would wait between the second and third delay, which is shorter than the third and fourth, and shorter than the fourth and fifth. So the gap between each revision expands. That's the expanding gap part of the spaced repetition. So you might revise something on day 1. So if this is day 0, then this might be 1 day later, this might be 2 days later, this might be 1 week later, and this might be 1 month later, and then you might have another one, 2 months later, for example. And that means that in order to understand something, and I've covered this before, but I'm going to reiterate it because it is very important. A single flashcard needs to be revised multiple times in order for it to be retained. So remember, even though we're just rote learning now, right? Even though this is just rote learning and memorizing that layer 4, just those arbitrary details that don't seem to help you understand the concepts at all. Even though we're just rote learning, we still need to be able to actually retain it at the end of the day. We still need a high retention, and we still need to be able to apply this knowledge, right? Otherwise, we're not even going to be able to use it in anything, certainly not in exams. So in order for us to make sure that we're still learning it and retaining it, just having it on a flashcard is obviously not enough. Just because you've made a flashcard doesn't mean you've learned it. Just like how writing notes doesn't mean you've learned it. Therefore, we need to actually repeat them again and again and again. So every time you make one flashcard, you need to remember that one flashcard is going to need to be revived anywhere between 3 to 5 more times in order for it to be learned. Which means that you're not creating one flashcard, you're sort of creating 3 times units of revision that you're going to need to do. Which means that it really starts adding up. So someone might have, let's say, 100 flashcards. And honestly, that's not even a lot compared to a lot of the students that I work with. And actually, 100 flashcards is objectively not really that much, but 1,000 is a lot, and 100 is pretty conservative. So let's say that you've got 100 flashcards. Well, in that case, you have created 300 revision units, times that you need to revise in the future. And those 300 times that you need to revise are obviously going to take up time. But usually the thing is that you don't just have 100, you have 100 for maybe the first 1 month or 2 months, and then you add on another 50 in the next month and another 50 in the next month. So actually what happens is that the number of flashcards that you create might not be enormous, but actually each time you're adding on an additional huge volume of revision tasks to do, faster than you can actually clear them. So the number of flashcards is going up like this. Whereas the speed at which you can clear them is actually relatively static and constant because you only have so much time in a day or in a week to do them. So at a certain point, it becomes unsustainable. You have too many flashcards and not enough time to do them. And this is when you just can't escape that flashcard grind. So there's a few reasons why this occurs. The number one reason that occurs is that there's simply too many flashcards. And the number one reason that there would be too many flashcards is that there are too many things at layer 4, arbitrary details. And the number one reason that there's too many things that are arbitrary details to be rote learned is that not enough was conceptually and logically understood. So when we conceptually understand more through inquiry-based learning, through our bear hunter system, it reduces the amount of things we need to rote learn, which reduces significantly our number of flashcards that we need. So that's kind of number one, the most important thing. The second issue that arises is that people generally, because they've got so many flashcards, realize that it takes up a lot of time. And in order to do that more effectively or efficiently in their mind, they do these in batch. So students will often have like a flashcard day where they spend like 6 hours that day just going through their flashcards. But here's the thing, is that kind of defeats the purpose of having the flashcards. You may as well just have a massive list of things that you just go through, which would be just as ineffective. The point of flashcards is that it leverages what is called micro-learning. And micro-learning is a type of learning that is very different to normal learning in that normal learning or normal studying usually looks at studying as a single block of time, usually an extended block of time. It could be 30 minutes, it could be 2 hours, it could be 5 hours, whatever it is, it's a single extended block of time. Micro-learning says that there is a type of learning that you can do, which is in short, discrete bursts. There shouldn't be a comma here. Short, discrete bursts of learning. So that might look like gaps of 5 to 15 minutes of learning. Now, in 5 to 15 minutes, it's actually very difficult to, number one, get into flow. It's very difficult to pull out a lot of resources. You're not going to be able to watch an entire recording or a lecture, or you're not going to be able to go through much in a course book or answer a lot of questions. You're not going to be able to do a lot within 5 to 15 minutes. In fact, it's not even enough time for most people to really settle down unless their focus training is reasonably advanced. So the thing with micro-learning is that it leverages a part of learning psychology that inherently makes things more relevant when things are more urgent. So a great example of micro-learning would be if you're on the bus. Let's say that you're busing to school and that bus ride takes you 30 minutes. Okay, it's a 30-minute bus ride to school. That 30 minutes of bus ride is actually a micro-learning opportunity. So if you do your flashcards in this time, your brain knows that after 30 minutes, you have to get off that bus. So there's a hard deadline that's being created. And because there's a sense of time urgency, your brain will straight away say, okay, it's more urgent, therefore, this is something that I need to focus more on. So your focus actually ends up going up. And this is why cramming feels more focused, because you know that you don't have much time to study. When your focus goes up, you are able to make more connections. And actually, therefore, your retention goes up. So when you use micro-learning, your retention actually goes up naturally because you don't have a lot of time to spare. Because you're working in these short, discrete bursts, your retention actually goes up. So it's inherently a technique that has a high efficiency. Okay, so micro-learning equals an inherently high efficiency method of learning. It's not quite as high, in fact, it's really nowhere near as high efficiency as inquiry-based learning, like we've been going through the entire time, but it's a lot more efficient than kind of standard sitting there at the library for 4 hours, kind of just passively wading through material. It's a lot more efficient than that. So flashcards are a great resource that we can use for microlearning. It's very easy to be on the bus, pull out a flashcard, and get through 10 or 15 flashcards within 30 minutes. And then that's those flashcards done. It's very easy when you're waiting for the bus. You've got 2 minutes to wait. You can pull out your flashcards and you can get 1 or 2 flashcards done within those 2 minutes. You're waiting for your friend, or you've ordered some food and you're waiting for it. There's a 1.5-minute wait. You can pull out your flashcards and you can get 1 or 2 flashcards done. And actually, when you have these micro learning opportunities, there's 2 really powerful things that happen. Number 1, it means that you can actually use more of your time that wasn't available before. So before, there's no way to use 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes effectively. With microlearning, you actually can, because throughout the day, number 2, the benefit is that you can actually cumulatively cover quite a lot of material. As in, by the end of the day, you can have gone through easily 50 to 100 flashcards without actually spending any more time, simply by just using those free little gaps of time that you have here and there. So rather than just doing all your flashcards in one day, in a flashcard day, what's actually much better, because this does not actually use any micro-learning, because 6 hours is a very long time. What's actually better is to just do the flashcards throughout the day, 1 or 2 here and there, 10, 15 here and there, and throughout the day, between the time you wake up and go to sleep, you're actually able to get through 50 to 100 flashcards every single day without actually spending any more time or having to free up any more time. And that's incredibly powerful and goes a really long way. You're basically creating time out of thin air purely because now you're able to use them. So, number 1, doing flashcards in batch doesn't make sense, because the most powerful part of flashcards, the micro-learning, is not even activated. So this is a big no. The other way that people will commonly do flashcards is that they will write their flashcards on physical, okay, P for physical. They'll use physical flashcards. This is a very, very no. Why is this a no? Because if you have 100 flashcards, you now have to carry 100 flashcards with you everywhere in order to be able to use them during these moments. That is not viable. And if it is, that's very uncomfortable. And we normally have more than 100 flashcards. So some students will, at the beginning of every day, prioritize which flashcards that they should take with them on that day. This is completely unnecessary and a waste of time and absolutely useless. It's much better instead just to use a flashcard app, because the app you can carry with you on your phone all the time. And you can pull your phone out and do your flashcards whenever you feel like it. The other benefit of using your phone through an app is that, number 1, you have a greater queue to do your flashcards, because probably you're already on your phone anyway. And if your flashcard icon is there and it's got a notification thing on it saying, hey, I've got flashcards that are due, hurry up and complete me, then you're much more likely to actually go on and do your flashcards. So it increases your queue. Second of all, it actually will notify you when you need to do your flashcards, because this spaced repetition algorithm in fact, the expanding gap space repetition algorithm is unique for every single card that you do, which means that card number 1, you may need to do this on Tuesday at 3 p.m. And then the next best time to do them might be at Tuesday, 9 p.m. And if you get it right, you might have to do that on Wednesday at 9 p.m. And then if you get that right, you might need to do that on Saturday at 3 p.m. If you get that right, you might need to do it on the next Sunday, the week after at 11 a.m. And then if you get that right, maybe the best next time is 2 months later on a Tuesday at 8 a.m. And your flashcard app will actually calculate out this for every single card. And if you get it wrong, maybe you need to do it again at a different time. So depending on whether you get it right or wrong, your best time to do it is constantly changing for every single card. And it's actually a very complicated algorithm. In fact, there's actually a wiki that you can go on where they calculate the ideal expanding gap space repetition algorithm for a single fact, and it's ridiculously complicated. So it's pretty impossible to track this for physical flashcards, which is why they normally, people that do physical flashcards, they tend to do them in batch, okay, which we just covered is not effective. So by doing physical flashcards, you are not utilizing the fact that you have greater cues on your phone already to make you do the habit more easily. You aren't getting notified when they're due because you're not able to actually track it effectively. So you're having to manually track it, which is basically impossible. So your algorithm and your spacing is very suboptimal. And not only that, it's much more inconvenient. Okay, so apps are obviously much more convenient because you're just carrying it around on your phone and you're able to sync it and don't have to worry about sorting through or prioritizing flashcards on that day. And so therefore, you're actually more likely to be able to get through them. Now, people that disagree with doing digital flashcards, first of all, have no knowledge about the actual learning research on this. But usually these people that have no knowledge will say, I'll rather do physical flashcards because writing helps me learn. And I hope that you're facepalming by reading this at this stage. So the thing is that, yes, as we know, writing is associated with a minor form of learning. There is a very small amount of learning that occurs through the cognitive pathways involved in writing. But we know that writing in itself does not create any learning. It is actually the relationships, it is the connections that are formed, it is the processing and organizing of this information that creates the learning. So writing helps me learn, yes. That learning that you get from purely writing might be around 1% of importance. Great. For 1% of importance, they are willing to sacrifice the pure amount of time that it takes to write versus typing out flashcards, one downside, and they're willing to forego all of these benefits, including not being able to use micro-learning effectively. Remember, flashcards are about rote learning. For rote learning, you need to have repetition. Repetition is necessary for rote learning. You can't get past it. It's part of the curse. That's why it's a necessary evil. You need repetition. The main benefit of flashcards is allowing you to get that repetition through micro-learning. That's the main benefit of flashcards. By doing physical flashcards that you write, you are massively reducing your ability to have repetitions through micro-learning. And you're doing that, why? Because you prefer pretty paper and writing it down for that additional 1% extra learning that you get? That is not a smart decision. So this is why I categorically suggest do not do written physical flashcards unless you plan on not having more than like 10 of them, ever. I would never really use physical flashcards. So instead, you use an app. And that's basically the principle behind how to use flashcards, generally speaking. Next, we'll look at the guidelines on flashcard use that just make sure that you're not erring into any common traps or common mistakes that people do, even when they do use app and digital flashcards. So very, very quickly, the guidelines for good flashcard use, just to make sure that you don't fall into any traps. Number one guideline that's important is to do it digitally. I've already talked about that. The second thing is that we want to only have layer 3 and 4 learning on our flashcards. So this is only the important details and the arbitrary details. The reason is because we want to make sure that we're learning the right thing the right way, and conceptual and logical understanding is much better to rely on things like the mind map or the grind map. Now, your important details are actually going to be on your mind maps and your grind maps anyway. Okay, so these will already be on your mind maps plus your grind maps after your skin step. The reason that we're putting them on our flashcards is because we just want to make sure, we want to be double certain that we're not going to forget it. So we put them on our flashcard just in case. Whereas for the arbitrary details, the flashcards are one of the only ways that you're going to actually memorize them. So we definitely need it there if it's going to be something that's examinable. But the important details, we're actually doubling up. They're both in our mind maps and our grind maps, but they're also on our flashcards just in case. The third guideline is that we want to make sure that there is a minimum amount of flashcards as possible. So remember, the volume of flashcards does not scale. One flashcard creates 3 times to 5 times the actual number of revision that's required. So we want to be very conservative with the number of flashcards that we're creating. And I generally say if you're looking at an entire topic, like an entire area of study or like a big topic that you're covering in class for like multiple weeks, you really shouldn't have more than 50 flashcards for that entire topic. And if you've got more than 50, it might mean that there's an error or a mistake in the way that you are learning it conceptually, because there just shouldn't be this much for just a single topic. But if you're doing it wrong, you definitely know you're doing it wrong, because if you get 50, you're more likely to have like 200. So we don't want that. The fourth guideline is that you want to make sure that each flashcard tests you on single discrete facts, and we don't want to be testing multiple facts on a single flashcard. At least not more than maximum 2 or 3. And the reason is because if you've got a single flashcard and it has like a fill in the blanks thing, and it's like blah, 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 fill in this blank, blah, 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 fill in this blank, blah, 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 fill in this blank, blah, 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 fill in this, and blah, 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 fill in this one, and blah, blah, blah. Here, there are 5 things on this flashcard. So if you were to get 4 out of 5 correct, and you get 1 of the 5 incorrect, do you mark this flashcard as right, or do you mark this flashcard as wrong? Because if you mark this flashcard as right, then you're underestimating the fact that you don't actually know this particular fact that you need to be able to recall. Whereas if you mark it wrong, then it's a waste of time, because then you're going to have to cover these same 4 ones over and over and over again, and you may still consistently get this one wrong. Which is why you want to make sure that you are only having the flashcards testing you on 2 or 3, or ideally 1 fact at a time, so that you know exactly what you're getting right and you know exactly what you're getting wrong. Now, we can actually make this a little bit easier for ourselves by making sure that instead of just having fill in the blanks, we can use a combination of fill in the blanks as well as simple questions. So often what I'll see with people that use flashcards for the first time is that they'll have a flashcard where they just have kind of keywords, comma separated. So it's like word and then A and then B. And then on the answer to that is like another series of words. So that's fine if you know exactly what you wanted from this front one. But the issue is that when you start making more and more flashcards, you're going to be confused at what you are actually looking for. And then the flashcard is just going to literally look like a bunch of words on a card, and you're not going to know what you're meant to think about. You want to turn it into a question so that when you recall it, you have the ability to read the question and directly recall what you needed from that question. So instead of saying membrane protein, you want to actually say, what is the membrane protein that is involved in a certain type of cell junction? For example, you want to have a very specific question in mind and then ask that on the flashcard. And that also helps with your recall as well. Now, there's some other things that we can do to actually manage the number of flashcards that we have. And so this is simply called flashcard management. And what this does is it allows us to cull the volume of flashcards so that we don't have flashcards that just pile up. And in fact, we can actually remove some flashcards or stop ourselves from needing to repeat it again and again. There's really two instances in which you don't actually need to keep the flashcard on there, or we can really save some time. The first instance is something where you put a fact onto a flashcard, and it's fair for it to be on the flashcard to begin with. But after revising a few times, you're very, very confident on it, and you're just never getting it wrong. This is often stuff that's like basic details that when you first learn the topic, it's very new, so you might have it on your flashcard because of the fact that it's new. But by the time you're finished studying the topic, this stuff is already so basic that there's no chance that you're ever going to forget it. In which case, there's actually no point having it on your flashcard because you already know you're not going to forget it. It's kind of like having a definition for a cell, but then you do an entire subject based on the cell. You're never going to forget what the cell is because you've just had it hammered into you every single time you've studied it for the last few weeks. So in this case, we can actually take the flashcard out. So the rule that we use here is the rule of three. What the rule of three is that once you add the flashcard into your flashcard deck, if the first 3 attempts are correct from true recall, you're not referring to your text or your book or your notes or anything, just true blind recall. If the first 3 attempts at trying to answer this are correct, you can feel free to be safe to actually remove it. The second instance is kind of the opposite. It's a fact that you put into your flashcard. Again, it's fair for it to be in your flashcard, but you're consistently getting it wrong. Or you get it right, and then the next time you get it right, and then you get it wrong again once the gap has been too long. So these are the facts that are usually the ones that for whatever reason our brain just cannot get and cannot retain. And this is an example of something that if you were to get it wrong, you're probably likely to just keep getting it wrong, which means that you're going to have to spend more and more time to do it again and again and again. Now, it's not a problem when you only have a few flashcards, but when you're constantly adding more flashcards to your deck, you actually want to make sure that you're cutting out these number of revisions, because if you have 10 of these per deck and you've got 5 decks that you need to do, then you're actually adding on top 50 flashcards that you need to revise every single day, and they're the same ones that you're constantly getting wrong, and then you get very frustrated and angry because you're not able to do them. So what do you do here? Actually, it's the same rule of 3, but a little bit different. This one says that once you've added a flashcard, if you get this flashcard incorrect at least 3 out of 5 attempts, what you want to do is go back into the material or the text, or usually even better is just Google it, and you want to do a very deep reconnection. What that means is that you learn way out of scope. So we're taking a fact that initially seemed really random. We were like, why do we need to know this? It doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't help me understand the concept at all. It just seems super random, right? So that's something that might be like layer 4. Okay, layer 4. Stuff that just doesn't seem to help us understand the concepts. What we want to do is we want to take that layer 4 fact and we want to force it into something that's a layer 3 fact by learning more concepts to connect it to. So, for example, if we really struggle to remember a particular equation, or maybe a particular quote, or a particular date, or maybe the value for a specific constant we need to use, or the name of an enzyme, or maybe a specific word in a language that we're learning, and we just for whatever reason are getting it wrong 3 out of 5 attempts, then we can be safe to say, and I've experimented with this quite a lot, and I'm pretty confident to say this, that the time it would actually take for you to literally learn unnecessary, out-of-scope concepts just so that this can make sense for you, so that you don't just keep getting it wrong, is actually shorter than the amount of time it would take for you to just consistently keep doing this flashcard again and again and again and again and keep getting it wrong. Because what I found is something that you get wrong in 3 out of 5 attempts, you are likely to continue getting this wrong for 10, 20 attempts, and it's just one of those things that just doesn't stick. And you probably will need to do this another 5, 6 times for it to start sticking. So it's actually not worth it. Once you hit it 3 times wrong out of 5 attempts, then simply go back, read about it more, learn about it more, and find a way to make sense of it. So if it's a foreign word, you might want to go into it in a lot of depth and figure out, okay, what is the etymology? What is the root of this word? And what are all the English words that it's connected to? What are all the other words that are similar to it, but different to it? What are all the different use cases of this? You want to be an expert at this word. And that might take you 5 or 10 minutes for that particular fact, which is honestly a long time for a single fact, but compared to how long you'd spend by getting it wrong consistently, it's actually much easier, and you're much less likely to forget that in the future. If it's an enzyme, you might want to do, the same thing. Why is it called that enzyme? Why is that the name of it? What other use cases is there for this enzyme? In what other situations is it used? What does it look like? Even look at the molecular formula. Again, you just want to go out of scope. You don't want to care about what's examined or assessed anymore. The point is we're just learning such an unnecessary amount about this that there's no possible way that we can forget this anymore. We want to make this random thing make sense. And if that means going on Wikipedia to read a formula for the derivation of an equation that you're never going to need to know or never going to need to reproduce, that's okay, because that will probably only take 5 or 10 minutes, which overall actually saves you time, because the bane of flashcards is managing the volume. So this is flashcard management using the rule of 3. We can use that for facts that are too easy. We can use that for facts that are too hard in order to cull the total volume. Now, at this time, I just want to remind you of something that we've actually already covered before, but I want to re-emphasize it, which is the idea that when you're doing revision, we want to make sure that we abide by the same fundamental good revision principles that we covered at the very, very, very beginning. And remember the important thing about recall versus recognition. Now, I'm actually going to introduce a third part to that, which is even more effective than recall. But for now, just remember, recall is like looking at a 50-cent coin and saying, that's a 50-cent coin. You can recognize it. Recall is like being able to close your eyes and visualize it and draw it out from scratch accurately. There's a big difference between recognition versus recall, where recognition is basically useless and there's not really any meaningful way to use recognition in our learning. And most of the time it does more harm than good. Well, in fact, it doesn't even really do any good. So it just does harm. We don't want to have recognition-based revision. We want to use recall. And remember, there's a difference between true recall and cued recall. So cued recall was when you look at your notes, close them, and then try to recall it. That is recall, but it's not as good because of the fact that we had to cue ourselves for it. Now, having learned about cue response pathways and how it's only 0.2 seconds between a cue and a response, we can see how that could really trick us into thinking that we know it, but then when we go into the exam and we're unable to cue ourselves based on briefly looking at our notes, we may completely not be able to get it. So we only want to use true recall wherever possible, or if it's particularly tricky or we're really early in the stages of revision, then maybe cued recall can be a stepping stone. But we want to make sure that as much as possible, we're going towards fully true recall, where we haven't even looked at the material that we're revising for at least 48 hours. And this is another reason why flashcards are good, is because we often are on the move, we're waiting at the bus, we're on the bus, we're out and about, and we can just pull out our flashcards and we can do it. And we normally wouldn't be looking at our notes again. We can simply just do it and do true recall. So just remember that there's different ways to use the same technique, and slight adjustments in the way that you do the technique can have very profound impacts. So anyone who sat down for a proper evaluation with me knows that when I ask them questions, I ask very specific questions. I ask, when they read something and write it down, how much time do they spend in between? Because that tells me about how much they're thinking about it inside their head, how much processing and how much organization is occurring. I ask them what type of book they use. I know that if they're using an A4 lined book, they're probably not using mind maps. Their notes are more likely to be linear, and they're probably not prioritizing relationships. And that means that there's a fundamental gap in their knowledge about learning, purely from knowing what type of book they use when they write notes. I can ask someone how many colors they use, If they don't use many colors, then I can tell that they don't really spend much attention on visually emphasizing the main points. Therefore, their priority is probably on the information rather than on the relationships. And lots of colors combined with A4 lined notebooks probably means that this is someone who writes linear notes, makes them look relatively pretty, and therefore is completely not focused on building their relationships at all. So this is another one where I can ask someone when they revise, how long do you wait between reading your notes and actually revising it? And most of the time, before revision, people will skim through what they're about to revise before doing a recall, most of the time, which completely doesn't actually make sense. You want to make it as close to true recall as possible. So just a little bit of a reminder, and we're going to relatively soon actually be introducing another technique that you can use, which is even better than true recall. And it's probably, in terms of the if just overall all-rounder efficiency, is probably the most effective revision strategy that I know of. So look out for that. But in the meantime, you've got a few more memorization aids to look forward to. So I'm going to show you a technique that allows you to memorize things very, very easily and retain it for a very long time. It's a technique that I've used for multiple times across several years now. I've used it to memorize drugs and antibiotics, dosages, dangers, adverse effects, use cases, mechanisms. I've used it to memorize dates in classical novels for classical studies. I've used it to memorize even random things like the order of a deck of cards. So you can use this to memorize any time there is a list of things that you need to learn, and usually grouped in some way. So if there's some kind of particular concept and associated with that, there's like a criteria that you need to memorize, or a table of certain things, or something like that, and there's 20 or 30 or 50 or even 100 things that you might need to memorize, you can use this technique to memorize that extremely efficiently. So it would take maybe around 1 hour to memorize around about 100 things in order, full recall, and able to retain that for 6 months with only 2 or 3 revisions during that time. So it's very, very effective. And there's actually things that I have used this technique for to memorize 7 or 8 years ago, and I can still remember it. And actually, there's some things that I used this technique for to memorize while I was in medical school, and while I was working as a doctor, in my head, I was recalling and pulling items from this memorization technique. So it really, really is extremely effective, and it is kind of fun as well. It also makes for an interesting party trick. So the technique that I'm talking about is actually called the method of loci, or the memory palace technique. And you may have heard of this before. It's very well known. Memory experts, people that compete in memory tournaments, that's a thing, they will often use this technique. It's not that hard to do, but the way that memory experts say to use it is quite limited, I found. And most students aren't able to incorporate this within their learning super effectively because of these limitations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually show you what I've modified from the method of loci, which I call the modified method of loci. And the modified method of loci is something that you can use in your academic text. Now, remember, even though it's a powerful memorization technique, it's still, at the end of the day, just a memorization technique. It's just for rote learning. So don't be too, dependent on this. It's still about logic and concepts first. Even though I'm able to do this very easily now, I would still only have it as a last resort, because I know at the end of the day, it's just memorized. I can't use that knowledge as freely and as powerfully as I could, something that I've logically or conceptually understood. So let's have a look at what the technique looks like. And the best way to do this is actually just to show you the technique in action, and then I can show you exactly how I did it and then how we can modify it for our notes. So I've got here a list of random words generated from randomlists.com. And just to show you that this is not something that I've pre-memorized or anything, I'm just going to hit this rerun button a few times so that we can actually generate a brand new set of words. So we've got this list of words, okay? We've got 20 words here on the page, and you can do this with me. Try to memorize this list of words and try to recall it afterwards. So I'm just going to spend a moment now. You can see me literally try to memorize this now. I'm going to memorize this list of words, and then I'm going to recall it back to you, blinded, and I'll explain exactly what I did to learn this. So let's start. All right, great. So that took me around 3 minutes or so to do. I think around 3 minutes, maybe just over 3 minutes. And I feel like I've got a good grasp of these 20 items, and that may have seemed like a long time. I don't know. Does 3 minutes seem like a long time? But what I'll do is I will recall this. In fact, let's do it this way so that you know that I'm not looking at it again. You can see the screen here, and I'll start from the beginning to recall them, and I'll explain how I did it. And you can maybe give it a go yourself first to try to see if you can recall the same things. But it was quarter, bath, train, wood, farm, education, needle, linen, advertisement, jeans, crown, kittens, butter, tray, door, regret, step, dinosaur, swim, duck. I think that was it. Did I miss anything in the middle there? No, I don't think I did. Great. Cool. Now, just to, I guess, flex the knowledge a little bit, let me do it in reverse. So duck, swim, dinosaur, step, regret, door, tray, butter, kitten, crown, jean, advertisement, linen, needle, education, farm, wood, train, bath, quarter. Okay. And I could start from in the middle and go outwards. I can start from any point and go backwards or forth. Someone could read this out to me and miss one word in any random order, and I'll be able to pick out what that word is. And I've got 20 words here at the moment, and I didn't do more for the sake of time, but I can generally get around 50 pretty confidently, and if I really have time to spare, I could get probably around 100 to 150. At 150, it starts getting quite challenging to keep all of it inside, and the time taken would extend a lot longer. So it took me 3 to 4 minutes to do 20 items. It wouldn't take me, therefore, 15 to 20 minutes to do 100 items. It would take me probably more like 30 or 40 minutes to do 100 items. As the number of things increase, it takes a little bit longer to keep adding them on. So the way that I did this is actually very simple. And what I want to do is first explain it, and then while doing that, I can explain the modification. So the memory palace technique basically says that you think of something in your mind, a place that you know very well, literally a palace. So this could be your home, this could be your school, this could be, I don't know, anywhere that you have a really good in-depth knowledge of. If you close your eyes, you can visualize it. The original memory palace technique says that you assign items in your room with the attribute. So if there's a particular type of, I don't know, like a doormat, then that doormat for you might represent quarter. So you have that doormat having like made out of quarters or something. And then you walk in and you might see like a umbrella, there might be an umbrella hanging on your door, and that umbrella might represent bath. So you might say it's dripping wet or something. So that's the original memory palace technique. And in fact, some variations don't even assign attributes to it. They simply say, think of the doormat and remember the quarter. I don't know how that's meant to work, but most of the usable ones say that you remember certain aspects of it. The difficulty here is that you're still pinning them on mundane items, and it can be difficult to turn your mundane item into something like this. For example, if the next thing you can think of is your doorknob and you have to think of trains, you might not remember that your doorknob is meant to be a train or something. So the bigger limitation here, actually more than that, is that you run out of space in your memory palace. So it's great for when you just need to memorize like 50 to 100 things for a single purpose. But when you're learning multiple subjects and you're trying to memorize multiple things and not get them confused with each other and think, why is my doorknob a train? Is that to do with biology or English? It can become very confusing, and I realized this very early on as well. So there's actually no point using the memory palace as it is for academics. I've actually abandoned that completely. So instead what you do is, one of the modifications is you actually remove the memory palace. So what I found is that all you need to do is follow these 3 rules and create elements to build a story, and then you can paint that story in your notes directly. And that's the modification. Let me explain to you what I mean. So instead of having the memory palace as an actual place, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the palace and I'm going to follow these 3 rules. Number 1, the elements in my story or picture need to be absurd. Number 2, they need to be spatially distinct. And number 3, they need to be interdependent. And you're thinking, what the heck are you talking about? Let me go through this and I'll explain. So here's what I did. If you think of these words, what I did in my mind is I said, okay, I've got a quarter. I imagined a quarter, holding a quarter in my hand, and I need to relate that to bathtub or bath. So I imagined having a coin-operated bath that I'm getting into. Okay, coin-operated bath getting into. So I'm imagining a coin-operated bath that I get into. And the next word is train. So based on that, I thought, okay, the bathtub is on a train. And that creates my setting. So now I'm in a train. I've got a coin. I'm getting in the bath. It's on a train. I'm looking out the window and I see things going past. And the next thing is wood. So I could imagine the train is made out of wood. But here's the thing. That's quite mundane. It's not very absurd. A coin-operated bathtub on a train, that's already a little bit weird. The train being made of wood, that's easily forgettable. So instead, what I made was that in my mind, the train has a forest inside it. So instead of walls, it's like literal trees. And the next part was farm. So as I'm lying here in this forest train that is traveling along, a big window next to me in my coin-operated bathtub, I see a pig coming out from behind the woods. And that gives me farm. The next word was education. Education. I had a number of ideas here. I thought maybe I'm looking out the window and I see a school. But that's not very memorable because it's kind of boring. So I thought, what if there are school kids on the train? Okay, that could work. But school kids on a train, that could be pretty boring as well. What if the school kids are screaming as they run past me in my bathtub and they're running away from the next thing, someone threatening them with a needle? So now I'm in my bathtub, relaxing, woods, Piggy comes out, and then I see all these school kids and a teacher hurrying them along because there's someone chasing them with a needle. For me, now I'm connecting that story to the next one, linen. I get up quickly out of my bathtub, I pick up a piece of linen that's on the wall, and I hold it up so it's covering me, so hopefully that needle-wearing maniac doesn't see me and just goes past. And as I'm holding up the linen, I realize there's actually an advertisement on it. I'm holding up a huge linen advertisement for jeans, which reminds me I need to put my pants on. So I put my jeans on and I see that the needle-wearing guy is gone. I go out, I peek past the woods, okay, and the pig is going and screaming off into the distance. I peek past the woods and I see all the school kids and the teacher consoling them, and the needle maniac has been reprimanded. He's being contained and he's been arrested by the Queen's Guard. That's the crown. Who's the queen? The queen is naturally a cat or a kitten sitting up top watching this all unfold, and the cat queen's guards are arresting this needle-wearing maniac as the train comes to a stop. I exit and I'm hit in the face with the smell of butter, and this place is selling butter everywhere. Now, someone selling butter, that's not very memorable. So I need to make it absurd. This is a city where butter is all they've got. They're selling butter on the street side. There's butter on the floor. I smell butter everywhere. There's butter popcorn on the side. Everything's butter. And the next word is tray. Again, another very boring word. I could have thought of someone bringing me a tray. Okay? And that might have worked if I thought of someone bringing me a tray and then I interact with that tray in some way. But instead, I decided to imagine right in front of me, there is an entire a building-sized tray, an enormous skyscraper that is effectively a massive tray. And I am walking towards this tray. Now, in my imagery, I actually have a swimming pool, a huge swimming pool, sort of like the one, not really a swimming pool, but like a huge pool like you'd find outside the Taj Mahal. A huge pool leading up to this tray. Now, I'm looking behind me and I see the train. and I see the kids through the window. I see the cat sitting up there and the needle-wearing guy detained. I'm walking past the butter and I'm walking past this pool. This pool becomes relevant later, and it's something that I added afterwards. I'm walking past, and the front of this huge building-sized tray, I open the door, and immediately I see a bunch of dinosaurs staring at me. So the first thing is I open, and I'm full of regret because I see a bunch of dinosaurs. I quickly close the door, and I do a huge step to the side, stepping gently around the pool so that when the dinosaurs crash out of the door, they will not be able to swim, and they get eaten by a massive duck that's sitting in the pool. So that's what I had going in my mind, and which is why I had the pool there. When I get off the train, I want to be able to see the pool and the duck there because I know that eventually that's going to connect. So I want you to notice how absurd all of this stuff is, and therefore it's memorable, but also it's spatially distinct. I don't have everything unfolding from my vision sitting in the bathtub. I made sure to move around so that there's not too much happening in a single space because that can get confusing. So I did stuff on the train, I got the train to stop, I got off the train, and I, carried the story on. The other thing is that it's interdependent. I wouldn't be in the bathtub unless I coin operated it with my quarter. I wouldn't be covering myself with a linen unless there was a needle-wearing maniac. I wouldn't have put my pants on if I didn't see the advertisement for the jeans. I wouldn't have gone through the door unless I saw the tray building. And I wouldn't have, after stepping out, I wouldn't have noticed the pool with the ducks and the butter if I didn't know that there was swim and duck coming in later. And I wouldn't have closed the door so quickly if I didn't regret seeing the dinosaurs. So do you see how all of these things depend on each other? It's hard for a single thing to be forgotten because it's connected to lots of other things. So again, we're leveraging the idea that the brain works through connections, and we're maximizing the number of connections that we create with any individual component. What I do now is I take that picture in my mind and I try to draw that in my notes to the best of my drawing ability. Now, given my drawing ability is probably above average, and it's just because I did a lot of drawing when I was younger. However, I have some students who are very not drawing ability above average whatsoever, and they still find it perfectly effective. The idea is that you just need to give it your best go. Even if it looks like a 1-year-old drew it with their elbow and mouth, it's still going to be fine because the learning actually doesn't come from how accurate it looks. The learning comes from the process in your mind of trying to represent that in a drawing. So all you need to be able to do is look at the drawing again and kind of make out what's going on. As long as you can figure out what's going on, that's enough. And what I'll do is I'll do 2 different drawings of the exact same thing, one which is more detailed, and I'll do another one which is much more simple, so you can see that both of them will be just as effective. Okay, so what is that? 20 minutes later, I've got 2 drawings now to represent my modified method of loci. You can see the bathtub that's coin operated with the linen, the woods, the pig to represent the farm, the kitten, the crown, the needle stabber, the education on the train. And then coming out, we can see our butter, our duck swimming in the pool. And we've got the tray, the door, and my step to the side to dodge the dinosaur. And then here, I guess I'll just put like a really sad face on this door to represent the door of regret. And I'll put that sad face here as well, door of regret. And I've got the same thing. So, if I were doing this properly in my own notes, I would spend a lot more time on this. I would really flesh out the detail and get really quite artistic. I'll probably spend a good hour just drawing this note. And for me, it's completely worth it because I know that I'm never going to have to revise it really ever again. And I can just rely on this drawing. But here I've got basically the same drawing, but done in very easy doodles. You can see if this is the limit of your artistic ability, that's all good, right? None of this is very hard. Just some stick figures, some little exclamation lines just to make things pop out a little bit more. And, just some good old stick figure craft going on. This looks like a purple kangaroo, but it's angry, so it must be a dinosaur. So it's still very easy. If this is the limit of your ability, you just do your best. Usually the thing is that people don't really have patience with it. They kind of just rush it, but take your time, color things in. Anyone can do this. Anyone can color in the trees. And it makes it look a little nicer. Anyone can select the brown color and color in the woods just to make the woods look a little bit nicer, right? This does not take any skill, This doesn't take any skill. So that's really easy to do. That's very easy to do. So, push your artistic ability and put these in your mind maps, okay? So where do these images live? These live inside your mind map, okay? They live inside your mind map, okay? So your mind map will have a combination of these things as well as having all your major connections and stuff. If you have something that doesn't really fit into the mind map, you think it's like quite random and it doesn't really seem to connect with anything else, you can have a separate thing just for this as long as you label it correctly. And after I've done this, what I usually do is I then write a list on the side. I usually write a list on the side of all the things I was meant to memorize, just so I've got it for my reference. So in case I forget one of these, what it's meant to mean, I can look at this and be like, that's what it meant. And I can kind of just relate it back onto it, okay? So that is what it would look like. So you basically have at the moment a system which has mind maps that include memorization as well as concepts, as well as your flashcards. And we've got it. We've got our basic structure of an entire comprehensive BHS system. The only part we're missing now is a little bit more to add on in terms of the revision strategy, which we're going to go over in the next camp. However, what you've got now is the fundamentals of all your note taking, okay? So let's do a quick bit of a recap to see what we've got to work with. Going over the fundamentals again, we know that we need to learn in the right way, inquiry-based learning, creating curiosity, receiving the answer for it, order control to learn in the order that makes sense for us, and notes that represent that efficiently. We know that relationships are the most important thing. Therefore, we're going to prioritize relationships in our notes, and the best way to do that is using mind maps. We covered the aim, shoot, skim stages, which allow us to create that curiosity, learn from our notes actively, process it in our minds, represent it in a mind map that follows the best practice guidelines for effective note-taking, as well as then looking to find even more patterns, more chunking and organization of the notes using our skin step. So now we've got a great conceptual understanding of layers 1, 2, and 3. And that takes us to a higher level of mastery where we're able to not only compare, analyze, and apply the ideas, but we can even evaluate the ideas by weighing and critiquing and ranking them against each other and creating priorities. So our relational understanding is very strong at this point, and our notes clearly show it and saves time because we're not just rewriting and relearning. So our retention is very high. Now, in order to fill in the gaps of anything that we might have missed, we're going to make sure that we cover all the layer 3 and 4 stuff in our flashcards as well, following the best practice guidelines for good digital flashcards. And we can also reduce the number of flashcards even more by putting anything we don't need in our flashcards onto our method of loci map instead, which we can just revise while we revise the mind maps. And because the method of loci is such a high efficiency technique already in terms of having a very high retention compared to the amount of time spent, it means that we don't need to revise it as much as we would our flashcards. In fact, even if we were to just look at that mind map the next day to refresh, and then the week after, and then the month later, we would just retain that information very safely. So it's not something that we need to constantly be doing again and again like we would our flashcards. Or if you wanted to be safe anyway, you could take a screenshot or a photo of your method of loci drawing, and you could chuck that onto your flashcards as well, if you wanted to. So between our method of loci and our flashcards, that covers everything that we'd have to rote learn and memorize. And I really mean everything. I have never encountered anything that I couldn't memorize using that. And in fact, you can use method of loci to learn numbers and memorize numbers as well. You just need to have a number that represents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then a combination of them. So for example, for me, number 1, I consider as an ace, and I think of an ace pilot. So I think of a jet plane whenever I think of the number 1. If the number is, let's say number 2, I think of 2 as snake eyes. So I always imagine these beady, glistening eyes with laser vision. So if I had the number 12, I would imagine a plane with eyes that are shooting out lasers. That's kind of how it works. So I practiced with a deck of cards when I was first practicing this technique. So you might want to go and assign numbers for each of your things so you can keep using those numbers anytime you need to memorize numbers. It can be quite handy and helpful to have that pre-programmed. So because you've got method of loci, you don't need as many flashcards. And because you're learning so much conceptually and logically, you don't have much to rote learn to begin with. But anything you do need to rote learn, you've got a great system for doing so. So we've covered all 4 layers of learning with a combination of our mind maps, grind maps, and inquiry-based learning, as well as flashcards and method of loci. Pair that with a fantastic high-efficiency revision strategy that allows us to find our gaps and learn on top of that extremely quickly and aggressively, and then we have something that really fills in all the gaps that we can be completely confident in. Now, before we even do the revision strategy, you can also have a sweep through the information at the time when you make your flashcards or your method of loci. The thing is, you need to pick up all those arbitrary details anyway, the layer 4. So what you're going to need to do is have a way of either, if you collected those details while you were studying, go through your document and pick them out. Or if you didn't, you can just go through all of your resources, flick through your course guides, or flick through your textbooks, or flick through your class notes, or whatever it is, and actually just have a look to see, is there anything that I missed that I don't already understand or already have memorized? And if there's something, you can decide what you want to do with it. Do you want to try to reconnect and integrate it into your mind map? Or do you think that it's something that you need to rote learn, in which you can decide whether you should do it through the method of loci or whether you should do it through your flashcards? Now, as a minor point, the method of loci is quite versatile. You don't need an enormous, elaborate thing for it. Even if you were just trying to memorize 3 things, you could actually use the method of loci and increase the amount of non-verbal visual expression in your mind maps and grind maps. So what you do is, if I need to memorize something just very small, then I would just create a single character or an element or some kind of imagery that represents that. Like a cat wearing a sombrero riding a lizard or something ridiculous like that, which might represent for me some kind of other idea. And I'd draw that little character inside my mind map, and I wouldn't have to actually write down the list there. So when it looks like it's getting a bit too wordy on your mind map, you can think, are there any lists here that I can just memorize with a method of loci? And if you can, chuck a mini method of loci right there, and you can swap the words out. So that's another way of reducing the words and making it even more visual. And even if you do have the words next to it as a reference, it looks a lot cleaner because instead of having 3 different points for 3 different items, you've got 1 point to a single image with a couple notes on the side just for your reference if you need it. So it still looks cleaner. So the combination of all of this sort of stuff is how you would use this entire BHS system to cover most of your learning. And we've already covered how we apply this for various different subjects and specific topics, and how you can vary it while staying true to the basic principle of using your brain the way that it's meant to be used. But by this point, you should have a really strong grasp on all the techniques. And we want to make sure that we're consistently practicing it so we can keep using this full arsenal very, very smoothly and very slickly. Again, this full arsenal is what I teach the students that I've privately coached, and it's what I use myself when I need to get top results. So, as another quick recap, concepts and logic through mind maps, grind maps, and inquiry-based learning, rote learning, and all the rest so you don't have to worry with flashcards and modified method of loci, and to pick up on any gaps, consolidate, and really bring that knowledge all together, we've got a very effective revision strategy and revision technique that we're going to chuck on there that just completes the entire image, and we'll cover that in the next camp. A look at revision, the thing that really brings everything together. Revision is really talking about taking material that we've already learned in the past and then looking at it again in a way so that we are able to actually pick up on our gaps, find our weaknesses, consolidate that information, and make sure we can actually apply it for the assessment that we need, or if you're learning for work or life in general, so that you can actually use it to solve real world problems. Revision is necessary because of the fact that we know that our learning process is never going to be perfect the first time round. Even if you were to get the aim, shoot, skin step really, really well, and you did your flashcards and use your method of loci and all of that sort of stuff, and you put it into a really nice package, there's always going to be something that's missed. That's inevitable. So it's necessary for us to combat that and add another layer on that Swiss cheese model so that it picks up any of those issues. And the knowledge of having a really effective, very robust revision strategy gives a lot of peace of mind, because it means that at every stage earlier on, we're not fussing and worrying about missing a few details here and there, because we know that in our revision, we're going to pick those things up. Now, the way that most students revise is really just by doing a ton of practice questions or past papers. Practice questions and past papers do have their use, but the use is relatively limited in that you have to be pretty lucky in order to get the right past paper and the right past paper question that tests you on the thing that you were weak on or didn't know. You also have to have access to those past papers and questions, which as you go on through your academic career, especially in university, that's not as available. Now you might be thinking, well, if I'm in high school now, why does it matter? Well, that's because if you don't have the crutch of past papers moving forward, then what are you going to use? And this is something that I've covered before. So it's important for us to be able to create a revision system and use a strategy that's independent, that relies on only our own skill and ability. And that's what we're going to be covering today. And the topic which we're looking at, which is how to do revision the right way. But before we do revision the right way, let's figure out what the wrong way is. So there's a number of ways that people will revise the wrong way. And this is a list of the things that you should not do. And you may feel personally attacked at these points. Don't constantly repeat the same way. So this is saying don't just take information and then just expect that by doing it again and again and again, you're going to be able to smash it into your brain somehow. So if this represents the first time that we learned it and our revision represents this arrow, what a lot of people will do is they will just learn it basically the same way they learned it the first time, but they'll do it again and again and again. And so the question here is, if you're doing it the exact same way every single time, how are you actually going to find something new or different? And this is why a lot of the time when people revise, when they already have a relatively high level of knowledge and they're already, to a reasonable degree, relatively confident, then what actually happens is that the amount of yield or impact that the revision offers, it becomes stagnant. It starts plateauing. So you do revision after revision after revision, and eventually when you're revising, you're thinking, I'm not actually learning anything new. I'm kind of just covering the same stuff, and it's starting to get boring. And it can also be a little bit scary because you're like, I'm not really 100% sure if I'm covering everything that I need to be covering. And often the answer is actually you're not. And so this is how you can actually end up having a blind spot. And when I say blind spot, I'm really talking about an area of the subject that you just consistently and systematically have been missing. It could be an angle, it could be an approach, it could be a specific way of applying your knowledge that you never thought of before. And this is the type of stuff that could come up in your exam or your assessment. And these things are often called curveballs. But the inability to deal with curveballs, I would say, is a failure of the revision strategy, because correct revision should mean that you're relatively immune to any type of curveball questions. So it doesn't even become curveballs. And related to that is the second issue, which is revising mindlessly. So obviously, mindlessly, hopefully by now we've got an understanding of the difference between passive and active learning. Revising mindlessly really means just doing passive revision. Passive revision might be doing things like using recognition instead of recall, or it could be a little bit more subtle, like you're doing recall, but you're just recalling on the same thing again and again and again. And the idea is we're not really being attentive to how we're revising and whether it produces the highest level of learning possible. And that's the thing that we need to focus on, is revising in a way that provides the highest level of learning for the amount of time that we're actually spending on it. And again, do not use past papers as a crutch, because it's not going to last you very long. You're not going to be able to do this forever. It doesn't develop you the skill. So there's a lot of compromises here. You know, you're not developing the skill. You become dependent on them. It's not sustainable. You know, you can't do this in later years. And at that time, you're not going to have the skill to be able to do that. It also actually wastes a lot more time. Because if you do a past paper and that past paper asked you, let's just say there's 3 questions, and you already knew the answer to question number 1 and number 3, and question number 2 was like, oh, that's good for me to revise. So in that case, only a third of your time was actually spent effectively because of the fact that you only really needed to revise that second point. So that means that as you revise longer and longer, if you do this process again and again, then by the third past paper that you're doing and there's 10 questions, maybe only 2 of those questions are actually providing any meaning. And so the efficiency of your revision is actually going down over time, which is obviously not something that we want. We want something that relatively will remain high efficiency, even though we do it again and again, and it's consistently helping us find gaps and weaknesses and allowing us to apply the knowledge in new ways and preparing us for these types of curveball questions that we might otherwise miss. So we're going to go into revision guidelines and how you can revise a little bit better, as well as a really powerful technique that most students, dare I say, almost all students at a high school level are unable to do unless they have a relatively high level already of some of the components of the Bear Hunter system. So let's have a look at what we should do to revise the right way. Before we get into some of the more technical aspects of revision, I just want to point out that by now, the Bear Hunter system itself already, with what you've learned, is going to have changed the game massively for you. You're probably going to be studying a lot less, and that frees up a lot more time for you to do meaningful revision. The reason I say this is because some of the techniques I'm going to teach you, they're inherently relatively time-consuming, in that it's efficient, in that the time you're spending produces a lot of really good meaningful learning. It finds your gaps very quickly, in fact. In some cases, within the first few minutes, you find that there are holes that you never saw before, things that might have taken you hours or potentially never by doing past papers. So you need enough free time to be able to do these more time-consuming but highly effective techniques. The other aspect is that because your retention is going to be a lot higher from doing the Bear Hunter system, you're going to find that your old methods of revision are not really very effective for you anymore. And in fact, just generally speaking, because the whole game has changed so much, a lot of the techniques that you will have used in your revision that you thought were really effective, you're going to start finding that they're really not effective. So the big thing is past papers. A lot of students, once they do the Bear Hunter system properly, they'll find that doing lots of past papers feels very meaningless. And that's a very common phenomenon to feel. And almost invariably, students that reach a certain level of the Bear Hunter system will feel that, is that relying on past papers becomes inherently just even subjectively, you will start feeling that it's not necessary anymore. So just keep an open mind about the fact that techniques you used in the past may not be necessary anymore, and techniques that you have experimented with that you thought weren't as effective, you might now do it and find that they were really effective. So just a bit of a caveat that because we've already changed so many things with your studying, the revision is going to have changed completely as well, which is the reason we do it at the end, because doing it at the beginning makes everything in disarray since we're changing all of the stuff before the revision point anyway. So without any further ado, let's get into more of those techniques. Let's have a look at how we can revise more effectively, and these are some of the guidelines that we need to follow. Now, there's going to be ideas here that I've already talked about before, but there's also going to be some new ideas, and this is where it gets more advanced because finding techniques that actually incorporate all of these new ideas is relatively rare, and a lot of the techniques are so advanced that most students are completely incapable of doing it. It would be like if I just gave someone the Bear Hunter system in its full entirety, without any build up, without any warning, just boom, here you go, use it. You can expect, and some of you may already have even experienced this if you learned the Bear Hunter system without, by rushing it or going straight to the end, is that it's very difficult and it can be overwhelming. So these are techniques that are really effective, but also require a high level of skill, which I believe by this point, in fact, I'm relatively certain that if you're watching this video now, you already have the skill level as long as you have actually been practicing, but obviously that's on you. So the first revision principle that we're talking about is the idea of expanding gap space repetition, okay? So a lot of, big sounding words there, but actually very simple. And I've talked about this before. Expanding gap referring to the fact that the periods of revision are getting longer and longer each time. So this duration of time versus the next time versus the next time, the gap between each revision session is getting longer and longer and longer. And you'll remember that hopefully you're already using the version of spaced repetition that allows you to have something 1 week and then 1 month later. Well, that's an example of expanding gap spaced repetition where you're doing it 1 week and 1 month. But knowing this principle means that you can be a little bit more in control. So for example, if you're having a really high volume of study on, let's say, the Monday, then you could, if you're worried that it's not going to last you till the end of the week, or if by Friday you're going to have so much to revise that it's just too much for a single day, you can split that. So you can have one in the middle, right? You could have a Wednesday revision, and your expanding gap space repetition would say that, well, if there's only been 2 days gap here, then there really should be a longer gap here. And in terms of how much that gap increases by, this algorithm and the formula here can become very complicated. It's relatively mathematical, and there's studies that are done on this, and I'm not sure if anything conclusive has been found. However, as a general rule of thumb, I generally expand this gap by around 2 to 3 times each, and in the later repetitions, you can expand it by even more. So the next revision, if you've done it 2 days later, the next one would be something like 4 or maybe 5 days. Okay, 4 or maybe 5 days later, which could be, end of the week or something. It doesn't matter so much, especially in these early stages. If you do this on day 2, and if you do this on, let's say, day 4, so there's only 2 days gap in between here, then it doesn't really matter so much in that early stages, the first week or first 10 days. After that, you can be a little bit more flexible with expanding it out. So if there was a 4-day wait here, then you might add on something like a 8 to 12 day wait here. And then the next one after that might be anywhere from 3 weeks, 21 to 30 days of a gap in between, something like that. So you can see it kind of generally follows the idea of 1 week-ish and then 1 month-ish. So as a rule of thumb, I think it's relatively safe to do that. But depending on your schedule, depending on how much you need to study, if you have a lot more time, then what you can actually do is you can start stacking these a little bit more, have a few more at the beginning, and then spread them out a little bit. And that also means that if you sort of screw up your timing on something, you have enough knowledge about this so that you can figure out when you need to schedule your next revision. This is one of those points where I'd say that it's good to know about, but as long as you get it generally okay, you're pretty much in the clear. Even if you don't get it exact, it doesn't really tend to matter. So as long as you're generally following the idea of expanding gap space repetition, relatively speaking, you should be okay. And the most important part is within that first sort of 10 days, You want to make sure that you are getting at least 1 or 2 revisions within that time. The next revision principle is this concept, which is actually called interleaving. Now, this is actually a really powerful learning, more of a phenomenon that occurs. And let me explain this because a lot of the early research was done in sports, and we've found that it's the same for academic subjects and things as well. But if you play a sport, you could use this for your sport, and it'll definitely work. So what they found, if you take an example for here, this is a basketball court, and this is the free throw line. If they're throwing from inside this circle here, and that's where they're going to do their free throw from, then they may practice doing a throw at this spot. Let's say, for example, they're going to practice at this spot. So conventional old school wisdom would say, in order to get better at throwing from this spot, what you need to do is throw from this spot as much as possible. And this is the idea of just having repetition. But actually what studies have shown is that repetition by itself is actually very ineffective. It's a highly inefficient way of learning. And I think you know that by now. So the more effective way of learning is actually to practice not just from this one position, but also practice from slightly in front, slightly behind, slightly to the side. So it's actually better to practice like this. And what it does is it creates sort of this zone around where you had intended to get the best result from. And what we've found is that it allows our brain to calibrate that learning much more accurately. And our learning is actually better. Rather than just repeating it the same way, what we actually want to do is we want to repeat it with variations. And the variations increases our learning. So if we just repeat the same thing again and again, it's not very effective. But if we vary the way that we are learning it, then it becomes more effective. And that is what interleaving is. Interleaving is the act of practicing repeatedly, but with variations. Now, in the example of, basketball, it's very easy to see. If you look at something like tennis, it means practicing your serve from slightly in front of the line, slightly before the line, from slightly to your right, slightly to the left, on a windy day, on a colder day, on a warmer day, on a rainy day, different type of ball, different type of racket. That's generally what it means. With a soccer pass, for example, it means passing at different speeds, different rates, different places on the field. So the idea is that you want to create some kind of variation. So how do we do that when it comes to actually academic topics? Well, the way that we vary academic topics is through the way that we are revising it, or the way that we're studying it. And you'll know that by now you should already be using things like grind maps. So we've got the idea of mind maps in here. We've got the idea of reading that we're already doing. We've got visualization. While you're aiming and shooting, you're looking at images and videos. When you are writing it down, you're doodling. So we're already using a lot of different forms here. And the idea is that when we're revising, we don't want to stop that. We want to keep it going. We want to make sure that we continue varying the ways that we're expressing the idea. So that's the key here, is that we want to express the idea in a variety of ways. So if you want to get good in an exam, which tests your knowledge through purely reading and writing, purely trying to express your knowledge in reading and writing actually is not going to help as much as trying to express your ideas in reading and writing, plus speaking it out loud, teaching it, drawing it. So you actually want to have all these different variations where the mark is here. However, you're deliberately practicing in this entire zone because that allows your brain to consolidate the ideas a lot more easily because you're able to see the same idea from so many different angles that you get a more robust picture of it. It's kind of like if you saw this cube here and you only looked at it from this side, then you might think that it's just a square. But then if they test you on this side, you would think, wow, I've never learned that. But actually, it was just on the other side of that. And it's up to you to actually find those additional angles. And this type of variation is what can help. So interleaving is actually a really powerful phenomenon. And there are certain study systems that can be designed around the idea of interleaving. So a really effective interleaving thing that you can do, which I've already actually mentioned in our Optimized for Focused Rest Timing, is that we can do mental mind mapping while we're going for a stroll carrying a notebook. right? So we're actually changing a lot of things here, right? This is not how we normally study at all. We don't, unless you normally study by taking a stroll in the park with a notebook and mentally mind mapping all the time. This is a variation on the way that we learn. And so this is actually using a form of interleaving. And that's why that is an effective way to use a break, if you had enough energy, that is. So that's interleaving. So we've covered so far the idea of expanding gap-spaced repetition, which is kind of on a macro weekly scale, and then interleaving, which is both on a macro weekly monthly scale, but also on a day-to-day basis, 10 minutes doing one thing, 20 minutes doing another thing. You want to have that variation. Obviously not extreme, like varying it every single minute, but being mindful of not getting stuck in the same way of expressing something again and again, or revising something the same way again and again, like just reading it over and over. And the final thing is the idea that we want to do, you might be thinking, what is this weird moss-looking thing? If we are representing our knowledge in green here, if this is our knowledge, what we need to actually do with our revision is we need to find the gaps. Okay, so these are all gaps in our knowledge. So we need to seek out the gaps. And you may be thinking that this is pretty obvious, but actually what I mean is that we need to actively be gap seeking. It's not good enough to just be like, okay, I'm going to revise everything, blah, blah, blah. Oh, look, there's a gap. Oh, there's a gap. Oh, there's a gap. We don't want to stumble on gaps. We want to actively look for the gap. And this is a different type of mentality to have, because it means that you're very aware of how much time is wasted by doing things like endless past papers, where you're doing a question where you already know, you probably know the answer to it, or you're not doing it because you think there's a gap there. You're doing it because it's just there to be done, which is quite a passive way of doing revision, rather than actively looking for gaps, thinking, I think there is a gap somewhere in this kind of area, doing questions based on that area and realizing, oh, look, there are gaps here and here. And when you take that topic, you realize that that gap is much wider as well. And this is where our prior experience with the Bear Hunter system becomes really useful, because this particular point, the gap seeking thing, is actually the part that saves us the most amount of time. You can really cut down on the amount of time you need to spend on revision by actively gap seeking, starting from your weaknesses and moving out, rather than starting from left to right and just like waiting for a gap to appear, which could take forever. If we start from the gaps and move out, we're filling our knowledge gaps much faster. That should be relatively obvious. The thing is, though, that the techniques that involve active gap seeking from a cognitive point of view are relatively advanced. Not too advanced for you, but I'm talking about for normal people, they're going to be relatively advanced. People that don't know how to do inquiry-based learning. And here's the thing about inquiry-based learning. We've already learned the aim step, right? And the aim step is great when you're learning new information. But the thing is, you can actually use the aim step also for existing old information in your revision as well. So how do you do an aim step for revising information? Well, it's actually exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same process. So when you normally do an aim step, what you'd do is you'd take unknown information, you'd have all these resources, and then you would find all the keywords, and then you'd create questions out of them, and then you'd go into shooting, and then as you shoot, you'd go back and forth between aim, shoot, aim, shoot, aim, shoot, until you feel like you've got a relatively good understanding, represented maybe as a mind map, and then you'd take that into the skin stage, where you'd really clear that relationship up and turn it into a grind map, or a variation, whatever is useful for you at that stage. So this is the way that we do it for a new topic. So for an old topic, what we already know, it's actually exactly the same process. So what we're doing is we're taking not just random resources, we're taking resources that we've already looked at, that we're already familiar with, and included in there, we're also taking our existing notes, our existing grind maps, our existing flashcards. We're taking that information, and from there, what we're going to do is more of a hip shot. We're not going to do the keywords. We're going to go straight to asking the questions. Because remember, the purpose of the aim step is to create curiosity, right? That's the idea. That's the inquiry behind the inquiry-based learning. And so what we're doing is we're going to take all these resources, and we simply do the aim step again on those same resources. And we ask ourselves questions. But now we don't have to ask questions that are like, what is this? what is this? What is the meaning of this? Why is this important? Or all of those questions. What we're now doing is we're deliberately looking to ask questions that we don't know the answer for. Okay? We're deliberately just going to ask questions that we do not know the answer for. Which means that we're exploring the topic, we're going through the material, and we're thinking, okay, this idea, could that be connected to this idea? Could differentiation be connected to incomplete integration? Could the idea of finding a common ancestor be related to the idea of speciation? Could the idea of collision theory be related to the particular catalyst that's used? So these are things that we may have actually missed picking up in the skin step. Okay? So in a way, this new AIM step that we're doing is almost, we're sort of trying to skin it again. We're trying to skin it again. And so what we're doing is we're looking for questions that we deliberately don't know the answer to. And we end up with creating these questions that are deliberately targeting our weaknesses. So it's almost like having a past paper that was created purely for what we don't know. And now of those questions, we may realize that we're not going to get examined on half of that stuff. Those questions are too advanced. But what it does tell you that even if you're not getting a question in the exam that's exactly the same as a question that you created, they may not be the exact same question. But it does tell you that that topic or that concept is something that you might be weaker in. And it says, hey, there may actually be a gap in that vicinity. You should go and explore that gap a little bit more. And that means you can find questions related to that gap. You can maybe even answer your questions that you created if you think that they're relevant enough. And by doing that, you have a general compass as to where your weaknesses are likely to be. And so you're not spending time going through just mindless questions. You can really focus in on the questions that you were the weakest on in the first place, right? So if you're really, really confident with your knowledge, you might not be able to find many gaps. If you really recently only studied this, then you might be able to find more gaps that you might have missed. If you rushed any of the previous steps up here, you might find more gaps. If you didn't do the skin properly, you would find this here. If there was a certain detail that you skipped through, you might find it here, because you might have a question, how does this and this thing relate? And you realize, oh, I don't know how it relates. And then you go back to the original material and you realize, oh, there's an entire paragraph here that explains that relationship that I forgot. And that's how you'd sort of pick this up. Now, the reason you're actually able to do this, and the reason that the AIM step for new and old material is exactly the same, is actually because of the fact that the new and old is only relative to each other. So here's what I mean. Let's say that you're learning about photosynthesis. And for you, photosynthesis is a new topic. Let's say this is a new topic. Well, the thing is, it's not really a new topic because you already know about plants. You know what plants are. You know what leaves are. You know probably that plants require sunlight. So you actually do have some kind of background knowledge on this. It's just that the amount of background knowledge you have is not a lot. So it seems really new. So you might have, let's say, 3 points worth of background knowledge before you start learning it. And after you learn about photosynthesis, now you've got 10 points of background knowledge. Well, if you're revising photosynthesis, it simply means that now you have 10 points of background knowledge, and you want to make that knowledge level 12 points to fill in the gaps. But here's the thing. Someone who's done their PhD in photosynthesis, they've probably got 500 points. So from their point of view, is there any difference between you before you learned it versus you after you learned it, relative to what they know? So the idea is that every topic that we're learning is huge. It's enormous. Every little fact that you learned, probably someone dedicated their entire life to it. The single constant that you memorized in chemistry, that was the life work of someone. So there is an enormous depth of knowledge that can be had. And when you're learning something, whether it's for the first time or when you're revising it, compared to what can be known It's all relatively new anyway. The only difference is that you just have a different level of background knowledge on it. Here you had common sense background knowledge or general knowledge level of background knowledge. Whereas here, now you've got a little bit more. But when you're looking at it to learn it, it's actually the same process. It's actually the same process, which is why we can use the exact same technique, even though we've already sort of learned it, because of the fact that we already know that here, there are things that we don't know. After we've learned it, we already know. Like we still are sure that there's things that we don't know. So in both situations, we know that there's stuff we don't know already. And therefore, the same technique is actually relevant and applicable. And we're going to look at other gap-seeking techniques. The one that I mentioned here was just to give you an idea behind how you can use an existing technique you already know and how we can sort of just shift our perspective and we can use the aim step for the existing stuff that we know. And you can actually do effective revision that way without even using any past papers. So that's just one example of how we do this gap seeking. I'm going to give you a different form of gap seeking, another type of inquiry-based learning technique that's specifically useful for revision. Well, technically speaking, actually, you can do this for new information as well, but you need to be really advanced with your technique to be able to do this for a new topic. So typically, this is a revision technique that I'm going to teach you that encompasses all of this. It's got interleaving and it has gap seeking, and because of the way that you time it, or they would have expanding gap spaced repetition as well. So anyway, these are the three elements that create effective revision. We want expanding gap spaced repetition. We want to have interleaving, i.e. variations every time we're covering it. And when we do cover it, we want to make sure we're trying to deliberately look for where our gaps might be and start from there going out. So techniques that find our gaps faster are more efficient and save us time. Techniques that we're not in control of finding our gaps, it's a passive process like just doing past papers. These are passive techniques and therefore they're slower. Not only are they slower, they also tend to be less effective as well. Technique that I'm going to teach you is actually superior to both recognition and recall. And in order to make sense of this, let's just do a quick recap on memory. So you remember ages ago I told you about how memory and remembering things is not like there's a memory box in your brain and then every time you remember something, you're drawing from this box and pulling out the memory. It doesn't work that way. This is not how memory works. The way that memory works is that you have nodes of information that have certain relationships with each other. And these relationships that are formed between the ideas, This is actually what gives the knowledge its structure. You remember that. Hopefully you remember that. And it's when the knowledge has this type of structure that when we think about the node, we think, oh, this thing. Oh, yeah, that's related to this and this. Oh, this one, that's related to this one. Oh, and I remember that was related to this and then that, oh, which means that it must be like that. And that is how the memory is formed. It's reconstructed every single time, okay? It's reconstructed every time we think about it. So what recognition is doing is we're saying, we look at the memory, we literally look at it and we think, is this the memory? And we say, yes, it is the memory. Is this the memory? Yes, it is a memory. So is this a star? Yes, it's a star. Is this a square? Yes, it's a square. And so that's what recognition is doing. It doesn't involve any reconstructive process at all. So the process of recognition is completely, has nothing to do with our ability to actually create that memory ourselves. So it's useless for us because we're never going to get assessed on our ability to just recognize. You're never going to get an exam question where it tells you a fact that you learned and it says, is this the fact you learned? And you're like, this is the fact I learned. That's not going to be an exam question, right? So in fact, that's just not going to be a life scenario that occurs. So the next thing really is recall. And again, when we talk about recall, we're talking about here active or true or pure recall, not cued recall, okay, which I've talked about before. So when we're doing active recall, we're saying, okay, look, I'm going to give you this piece of information and I'm going to give you this piece of information. I want you to now write an essay, or I want you to now analyze, or I want you to explain the difference between whatever, the other points. So it's requiring you, they give you nodes of information and they say, now I want you to recall the remaining information and give me the memory that you have stored away. And so you're going like this, right? That's recall. And so obviously that's a lot more realistic. And therefore, this is definitely a lot better compared to recognition, 3 ticks better. So what's even better than that? Well, the thing is, if all memory is reconstructed anyway, why don't we just purely test our reconstruction? And so that's the next step, is actually reconstruction. So reconstruction is superior to recognition and recall. Reconstruction means that we're taking the information that we have, the same nodes of knowledge that we're given, and instead of building the same memory that we already know can be built, what we're going to do is we're actually going to try to build memory or try to build knowledge that we potentially haven't built before. And we're going to see if that makes sense. We're going to try to build new knowledge and make new connections that we previously weren't able to make before. That's reconstruction. And so in order to be able to reconstruct something, you need to know each point of information really, really well to know that, hey, this connection here, that doesn't make sense. That's not possible. Or this connection here, that's not possible. Or it's not possible for me to connect this and this. But it is possible for me to connect like this. It is possible for me to connect like this. So that's what reconstruction involves. So you can see it's another level above, right? And the thing with this is that because of the fact inherently that reconstruction is something that tests you more purely on your ability to take information and work with it and mold it and adapt it. And really, this information is like you own this information. You can do whatever you want with it. You can create whatever relationships you need to. Therefore, reconstruction-based revision is what allows you to handle curveballs more easily. So curveball questions are basically this. Curveball questions are giving you pieces of information like this, and it's saying, I want you to make a shape out of that. And you're thinking, I never learned that shape. That's not a shape that I thought could be made before. But if you practice with reconstruction, you'd say, oh, it is possible to use the knowledge that way. And again, if you think back to a hobby or something that you know really well, you can do that with the knowledge. If I take 2 of your favorite characters from a movie or a book or something, and I say, what would happen if this character and this character met? Then you'll be able to think about what would happen. So you can take that information and you can create relationships and you can work with that information very freely. So if you think about a hobby, hopefully you can feel how free it is that you can just think about things and create new information from that. And the thing with that is actually going back to Bloom's taxonomy here, right? So if you think about recognize, Recognize doesn't even test on Bloom's taxonomy. Recognize doesn't even see if you can memorize it. Recognize is down here. That's why I say that it's useless. This is where recognize is. There's no level of knowledge mastery here. Even like a turtle could recognize. Recall is testing your ability around sort of this spectrum, depending on what type of thing you're trying to recall. If you're recalling basic facts, it's testing you down here. If you're recalling an explanation, it's testing you over here. If you're recalling information and trying to use that to solve problems, it's testing you over here. Reconstruction is testing you almost exclusively up here. This is where reconstruction tests you. And obviously it's impossible to do any of this stuff up here if you don't have a mastery already of this stuff. But remember, our brain works in a way that it likes being in this higher gear as early as possible. We learned that with the bear hunter system. We learned that with the cave theory. We learned that if you're staying below this line, our brain is not working effectively. We need to activate problem solving, the checklist of problem solving and patterns, which is application and above. Only up here is our brain in an efficient state of learning, right? So we've already covered that, right? We're jumping straight to here in the aim step, and we're letting all of this stuff fill in automatically because our brain can do that. And we want to do that with our revision too. We don't want to be down here. We want to simply be up here. So doing past papers is a good thing in the way that it allows you to test your recall and application here. So that's actually a good thing about past papers, which is why past papers, people find that they're very effective if they don't have anything else good going for them. However, we know, hopefully, we know that there are more effective ways of doing this so that we're not just tediously going through past papers to try to apply and recall literally everything. We can do a bit more of that gap seeking. And the way that we're doing the gap seeking is by using reconstructive techniques, because we realize that maybe we can recall something, but we're not able to use that information differently. Maybe we can recall this relationship as existing, but then if I say, use this point to create a relationship with these two, and you think, oh, I actually can't do that, then that means that you don't know this as well as you thought you did. And you never really end up in a situation where you test that until you do reconstruction-based revision. You never test your ability to create new types of relationships and create new ways of understanding the same topic, the same concept, the same fact, applying the fact in a different way. You don't normally test this part of your brain. And that's why reconstruction is so valuable, is because it allows you to really analyze and evaluate the ideas against each other extremely in depth, really evaluating how important one idea is compared to another idea, whether one fact is applicable to another fact, whether you can use an equation in one situation, even though it wasn't taught for you to use it in that situation, because you feel like there's so many similarities with another equation and you feel like they might be actually interchangeable. And then on top of that, we're then creating new information. We're creating new theories. We're creating new hypotheses. The theories, we are hypothesizing, we are creating conjecture, and that is a very high level of mastery. And so if you're able to do that with your knowledge, you have nothing to fear when it comes to exams and things like that, which is why people that know their subjects really, really well, they could not have studied anything for years, and then if they sit the exam for it, they will still get 100% because it's so easy for them to work with that knowledge. So you can see how we've got these different elements, recognition and recall, but then the next evolution of that is reconstruction. And I think you can tell already, just based on me explaining this abstractly, without even giving any real examples, this is a process that is not easy, which is why most students struggle to do that. But you are a student that has had incubation. You're a student who has learned how to use your brain the right way. You're used to inquiry-based learning. You're used to order control. You're used to taking control of when you learn information and what you do with it. You're used to processing information. So you're leagues beyond already, which is why I think you're ready to learn about reconstruction-based revision and just shave time off your revision by the truckloads. Revision technique, and before you bust yourselves out of curiosity, it's called the whole part whole teaching strategy. Okay, it's called the whole part whole, and I'm going to teach you this soon. But in order to make sense of this a little bit, I want to talk about this idea of good teacher dependency. So it's really common for students to say, I find it really to learn a new topic because my teacher was good. There's this good teacher dependency. And saying subjects where your teacher doesn't happen to be good, which is purely a luck-based thing, you just wouldn't do as well in. And that's obviously not a great position to be in. But here's the interesting thing. Having a good teacher can actually be a bad thing. Having a good teacher can be a bad thing. So there are studies that are done where they have looked at students and they said, okay, they asked the student, how good do you think your professor was? Okay, let's just give them a hat. How good do you think your professor is? And then some students will say, this professor is amazing. They make me feel that this topic is enjoyable, it's interesting, they make the course really manageable, the subject is, I find it much easier to work through, they just make it really easy for me to understand. And then some students, they're saying, oh, my professor is terrible. They make it so boring and it's tedious and it's so confusing the way that they teach it, and I just don't understand, and it makes the course really difficult for me. And I don't enjoy it. Okay? And that's what they say. So who do you think is going to do better if they sit a test? Who do you think is going to do better if they sit a test? Well, as you might expect, the people that had a good teacher, they do better. They consistently will outperform. Now, here's the interesting thing. What we find also consistently is that give it a bit of time, when the information starts becoming more advanced and more challenging, the students who had the bad teacher actually are the ones that outperform consistently. And the students who had the good teacher end up doing worse than the other students. Why is that? It's not that the professor got worse. It's not that the teacher got worse. In fact, when you do the rating again, they say that they're still great. They say the same thing. They still say the course was great, but their test results are worse. The test results are actually worse. And the reason is because when you have a good teacher, you don't need to figure it out yourself. And so when you're first learning something, the information is relatively basic, and you don't need to figure out yourself, which is why you do well. So you do good in the short term. However, the students who had a bad teacher, they actually need to develop the skills to manage the difficulty. And they get to develop these skills when it's easy. When it's easy. So that means that by the time they're doing the advanced stuff, they still think their professor or their teacher sucks. However, these are the students that develop the skills. They learn how to manage that difficulty. They learn how to navigate. They learn how to think about this problem by themselves without needing the teacher. Whereas the students over here, these students, they never learned the skill. And so now for the first time, they need to learn the skill, but now the information is advanced. So they're having to develop the skill and the content is harder, which is why they do worse. So good teacher dependency is actually when your results are reflective of how good your teacher was or how naturally interesting you find the topic. And that's a sign, basically it's really a very clear sign of a low-level learner. High-level learners do not have good teacher dependency. It's sort of impossible because high-level learners are primarily in control of their learning. The teacher is an adjunct to that. Whereas good teacher dependency, obviously, as it says in the word dependency, the students are dependent on the teacher to make the subject easier for them. So the idea is we actually want to become our best teacher. We want to develop the ability to teach ourselves in the best possible way. And that's what this is. This is what the whole part, whole teaching model is. Whole part, whole teaching model. And the whole part, whole strategy, initially taught by someone called Malcolm Knowles, is the gold standard on how to teach effectively. It's designed based on how students like to learn. So if you do this yourself, you can teach yourself as good as the best possible teacher could teach it, right? It's like magic, okay? But you're developing the skill. So you get the good teacher, which is yourself, and you get the skill because you're being the good teacher. And it's great. Now, the interesting thing here is that what I find is that the students that are achieving really, really highly, when they use the whole part whole technique, they find it very difficult. And what does it mean if it's difficult? It means that it's effective, okay? And they find a lot of benefit from it. So students that are already achieving in the top 1%, when they use this technique, they consistently will always struggle the first time. To the point where if you do this technique and you find it easy, there is an overwhelming chance that you actually did it wrong. So it's relatively advanced, but again, I think you're ready to handle this. Honestly, it's actually not advanced. It's just advanced for people that have no initiation into learning how to learn. But for people that know how to learn, it's not actually that hard to do, to be totally honest. So let me illustrate what the whole part whole is, and it's kind of in the name. The idea of the whole part whole is that with normal revision, as we've mentioned, we're only testing on isolated parts of Bloom's. So we're testing on applying a certain fact or analyzing different concepts with each other, recalling details or writing out lists or something. We're testing on relatively isolated parts of Bloom's. The whole part whole is one of the only techniques that tests on all levels. It tests on all 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy simultaneously. So you can see that this will be extremely time efficient because you are testing your mastery of knowledge at 6 different levels at the same time, which sounds crazy. But compared to that, the technique actually is relatively more straightforward. It's a technique that revolves around you just teaching it to someone else. You're teaching the technique to another person, and that person could actually just be imaginary. In fact, sometimes, most of the time, it's actually better for the person to be imaginary, because if you teach a friend, your friend already knows stuff about the topic, and so you end up skipping certain explanations because you assume that they might already know it, or they wouldn't ask you certain questions. An imaginary student that you're teaching, you can assume they don't know anything about it. And so it's actually better to do it for an imaginary student. So it's actually teaching the topic out loud. However, if you've tried teaching before, and you might think that it's effective, it's very different to how most people teach. And this is the thing, is that just because you've tried teaching, whether you found it effective or not, it's not really relevant, because the whole part whole technique is a very specific way of teaching. And the devil's in the details here, because that way of teaching is where all the value is. Compared to just teaching it like you normally might versus teaching it through the whole part whole technique, it's very, very different. So because of the fact that exams test you at every single level, or almost every single, it depends on the difficulty of your exam, but exams tend to test you on the spectrum of this. Being able to revise the entire spectrum in one go is very effective and obviously highly relevant. So that's kind of the theory behind how the whole part whole works. It's a teaching technique. Use it for an imaginary student that tests you on 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy simultaneously. And we're now going to go through the exact method that you need to use in order to use the whole part whole method effectively. And we'll go through some examples as well. And you can give it a go and realize that it's, number one, very difficult to do. And number two, once you start doing it well, you find the gaps in your knowledge very, very quickly. The way that normally that we teach is we'd have a piece of information. So let's just say that this block represents our knowledge, okay? And that's composed of a bunch of different facts and things like that. So what we would normally do is we'd say, okay, I'm going to teach you this knowledge, and this is what the topic is. This is the topic. And the first concept we're going to talk about is this one, okay? So this is the concept. And there are 3 types of this concept. The first type is this, and what that is blah, blah, blah. The second type is this, and that's blah, blah, blah. And this type is this, and blah, blah, blah. The next concept is this one. And what this one means is blah, blah, blah. And this one actually has 2 different types as well. The first type is blah, 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 and the second type is blah, blah, blah. So that's how we would normally teach. So this method of teaching is something that I just call linear. It is linear teaching. So the idea is that we start from the beginning, we end at the end, and we simply go from this is the concept, this is the fact, and often when we're explaining that, we say, here is the word, and then this is the definition. Maybe here are some examples or applications of it. Okay, and we just do this again and again and again for the entire topic. It's very linear. It's like we're reading it from a textbook. But why would we teach it this way when we don't know it in our heads like a textbook? We don't know it in our heads linearly, right? We didn't study it that way if we used a Beata system. So why are we teaching it that way? This is, again, one of those old habits that dies very hard. The whole part whole method of teaching says we shouldn't actually teach it this way to begin with. What we should teach is, number one, the whole, the big picture. Once we explain the big picture, then we dive into all of its component parts. And every time we teach the part, we go back to the whole. We go back to the whole, we go back to the whole. So we're constantly going between the whole, the big picture, and the part, the details, or the concept. And so instead of looking like this, diagram above here, what it ends up looking like is it looks more like this. If this is the knowledge, and we say, okay, this is broken up into concept number 1, concept number 2, and then concept number 3, what we say is, we're going to learn a topic about concept number 1, number 2, and number 3. In concept number 1, there are sub-concepts A and B, whereas in topic number 2, there's sub-concepts C and D, and in concept number 3, there's sub-concepts E and F. We'll now look at concept A. So A is relevant because it allows concept 1 and concept 2 to relate together. And A is composed of 3 different parts, blah, 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 blah. So here we're just going into the detail. This part can be still relatively linear. But after we've explained that, we're going to go back to the whole. So we've just talked about A. And A was relevant, remember, because of this relationship. We're now going to talk about the second part. So there was A, and now there's B. So let's talk about B. What B is blah, 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 blah. And then you'd say, okay, so we've just talked about B. So that was concept number 1, composed of A and B. And now remember, concept number 1 is relevant because of the relationship between concept number 1, 2, and 3. And now we're going to talk about concept number 2. The first concept here is C, which allows A and B to do whatever. So do you see, every time I introduce anything new, I'm always going back to the whole. So I'm always making sure that I'm connecting it to the big picture. At every point, I'm connecting it back to the big picture. So I'm thinking, is what I'm saying, is it relevant? That's the question I'm always asking myself in my head. Is what I'm saying, is what I'm teaching right now, is that relevant to the big picture? Is it clear? If someone were listening to me, would it be very clear how it's relevant to the big picture? And at any time I feel like this is irrelevant to the big picture, I'm going to go back out. So this is what this diagram is. It's you start from the whole, you go to the part, you go back to the whole, and to the part, and back to the whole, and back to the part, and back to the whole. You're constantly going back and forth between whole and part and sub-part, and then the part and the whole, and the part and the sub-part, and the part, and maybe this part, and then maybe revisiting this sub-part again, and maybe then going back to the whole. So you're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and it's just constantly back and forth. But all of that chaotic movement back and forth is in order for you to be able to make sure it's constantly relevant to the big picture. So let's take an example of me describing a pencil. Describing a pencil. So if I described a pencil like I would linearly, then I would say, I'm going to teach you about a pencil. A pencil is a writing utensil, and it is anywhere between 5 to 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter in diameter, typically made of wood with a hexagonal shape with graphite, which is a type of carbon molecular structure, in the middle as a core, which is sharpened at the point, in a pyramidal cone shape, which we sharpen with a pencil. So you can see it's just very, number one, boring, okay, because I'm talking about a pencil. But it's very hard to keep track of where I'm going with this. It's like, what is the point of all of that? So if we use an example like talking about a very simple thing like you probably already know about, like photosynthesis or like plant growth. So if there's a tree here, and then we say that there are leaves on this tree, and I'm teaching about photosynthesis, then the way that we normally would teach it is we'd say, we're going to learn about photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is the process and chemical reaction that is involved with plant respiration, whereby glucose is produced through carbon dioxide using sunlight as a catalyst. The photosynthesis reaction occurs inside the chlorophyll, which is present inside the leaves, and the glucose is then transported throughout the plant in order for it to gain its nutrients in exchange up and down the trunk with water derived from the roots. Okay, it's extremely, if you are learning photosynthesis for the first time, imagine you're learning photosynthesis for the first time and that's the explanation you heard. You would be thinking, what in the heck is he talking about? Now, if I explain it through the whole part whole, pay attention. So we're all surrounded by plants. For example, a tree. A tree is a type of plant. And one of the things that you'll notice about plants is they all have these green things. Sometimes they have big leaves. Sometimes they're small leaves, but plants are generally green. But have you ever thought about why they are so green? And what's the purpose of plants having all of these leaves? In fact, plants, how do they stay alive? What do they eat? Where do they get the energy from? They don't have a mouth. They don't have a digestive system. So what is the way that a plant stays alive and produces energy? Well, it actually has something to do with the leaves. So there are a few processes involved here. The first is in that there is something that happens with the leaf. The second is that there's something that happens with the roots. And the third is that there's something that happens with sunlight. And all three of those combine together to allow the plant to live. So the first thing I talked about is the leaf. Inside a leaf, there is actually a pigment, which is green. And that's why leaves are green. And this pigment is actually involved in the chemical reaction that produces the energy. So remember at the very beginning, I talked about, so I'm going into the whole, I'll kind of illustrate. Remember at the beginning, I talked about how the plants all have leaves and how do they stay alive. Well, this pigment is the thing that brings everything together. And this pigment, which is green, is called chlorophyll. And inside chlorophyll, a chemical reaction takes place. And it is this chemical reaction using chlorophyll in the leaves and sunlight that allows the plant to create energy. What happens with this chemical reaction is blah, 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 and therefore at the end of the day, this is occurring. And remember, this is what allows the plant to stay alive. So what about the trunk? What's the point of the trunk and what's the point of the roots? Well, how that works is blah, blah, blah. So what I'm doing here is I'm constantly making sure every individual thing is relevant to the big picture. So as a result, you end up teaching very slowly and very methodically. And it takes a lot of effort to do this, just in general. However, just because you're teaching slowly doesn't mean you're revising slowly. Because inside your mind, what's happening is that you're taking all the knowledge that you have about this topic and you're thinking, what's the most effective possible way? So you're saying, this is what your brain is doing. You're saying, I'm going to teach you about this. And inside this, there's this and this and this and this. And I'm going to start with this thing, which is relevant because it relates to this and this and that. And then inside here is this part and then this part. So you, in your brain, you are navigating through these relationships constantly, extremely quickly. So you can give it a go with anything, really, any topic that you know. It might be the most recent topic that you've studied. Just try to explain it where after every sentence almost, you're trying to relate it to the big picture. You will find that you are very, very busy in your mind, constantly looking at how things might relate together. And that is very effective revision because you're going through these relationships from so many different angles in so many different ways. Not only that, you're doing it while speaking, while you are teaching, and therefore you're actually creating a new way of explaining this for the first time. You're creating a new way of explaining it for the first time. You're constantly testing your relationships. You're getting interleaving in there. And so even though you might be speaking and teaching slowly and going through the topic very, very slowly, you are examining the entire topic constantly. In your mind, you are actually studying everything all the time. Okay? So do you see, because you're constantly going to the big picture, you're always thinking, how is any individual thing related to every other aspect around it? At every point, you go from this point to this point. And you're thinking, how is that related to this, and then this, and then that, and then this, and is that related to this thing here, and how is that related to this thing, and is that related to here? Do they share a common thing here? Is there a branch here? How is that related to that? And you go from this one to this one, and you think, oh, how was that related to this one? How about that relationship with this one, and then this one, and then this one? So you're constantly trying to relate to the big picture, forcing you to constantly think about the relationships. So this is the reason that the whole part whole is extremely time efficient. Because even though outside people will think that you are teaching as slow as a sloth, in your brain, you are navigating these pathways at ultra high speed, extremely high frequency, and it's very, very active process, which is why it actually tends to be kind of tiring. And there are a few things that you can actually do to make your whole part whole teaching life a little bit easier. And what you can do here is we can use something called reverse explanations. So reverse explanations is basically this thing here where you, the normal way of doing an explanation is you define something, you say this is the term and this is what it means. I want you to have a radar for this. When you're teaching, you can actually even record yourself the first time you do this and listen to yourself again and look for this. This is a sure sign that you're not doing the whole part whole correctly if you don't use reverse explanations. A reverse explanation means what you're not doing is giving the term and then defining it or explaining it. What you're doing is you're explaining it and then you are giving it a label. So let me give you an example of a normal explanation and a reverse explanation. And I just want you to listen to how different it actually feels. The first way of explaining tends to create a very memorization type of way of thinking about it. It's very isolated. It's very fact-based. Whereas the reverse explanation is very relational. And that's a magic word, right? It's very relational. And it feels a lot more intuitive. And as a result, it actually becomes more memorable. So let's use something like oxygen. Okay, oxygen. So the normal way of doing it would be saying, there is something called oxygen. Oxygen is a molecule created by two atoms of oxygen on the periodic table. And it is in a normal temperature, it is a gas, and is a gas that's required for us to survive because it is involved in cellular respiration, which is the process required for us and our cells to stay alive, which is why we need to breathe. So that's a normal way of explaining it. And that's the way that a lot of people would explain it. I mean, maybe not exactly the same exact words and the exact explanation, but generally that's the order. You say, this is oxygen, this is what it is, and a little bit more information about that. Now let me do it in reverse. So when you do it that way, you think, okay, oxygen, something to memorize. The meaning of oxygen is blah, 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 blah. And the reason it's relevant is blah, blah, blah. It's very fact-based. It's very memorization focused. Think about a reverse explanation now. A reverse explanation sounds like this. Humans, and in fact, just animals in general, usually need to breathe. But the reason we need to breathe is because of a specific molecule in the air. And that molecule is actually the thing that allows our cells to stay alive. And that process of staying alive, creating energy, using those molecules, that's actually called cellular respiration. And the molecule that we breathe in from the air that allows our cells to stay alive, that molecule is actually formed from two separate atoms of the same element. And that is actually called oxygen. Do you see the difference there? This reverse explanation forces me to think about how is it related to what the person already knows. A conventional explanation says, yoink, Here is a new piece of information. Good luck connecting that. The reverse explanation says, all right, you already have an existing connection of knowledge. Let's see how I can fit this new thing into there. How can I make you take that knowledge, extend that out to here, extend this out to here, and then as soon as you already realize there must be something here. There's a gas, there's a molecule. What is it? There's this thing. I know why it's relevant. I know what it is. I know what it means, but I don't know what it is. And that is oxygen. So the information is inserted at the very end, and it's boom, it's straight away connected. So that way of teaching with reverse explanations is integral to Ho Part Ho, because Ho Part Ho relies on you constantly thinking about the big picture. A symptom of someone doing the Ho Part Ho correctly is that they will use reverse explanations because they're primarily focused on thinking, what is the big picture and how can I make this relevant to the big picture first before I drop the label in and go into the part. So this ends up being the whole. This ends up being the specific part, the detail, the terminology, or maybe even longer. It might be an entire process or a flow or like a chain reaction or something very detailed, very specific, an equation, whatever it is. So when you do it this way, you're spending, honestly, 99.9% of your time is spent thinking about the big picture. So how is it that it tests you on all 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy simultaneously? It's because you actually have to speak it out loud. You have to actually teach it, which means you need to be able to, number one, you need to be able to understand the big picture. You need to be able to break that big picture down into smaller components. You need to be able to see the relationship between all of those components with each other. You then need to be able to break those components down into more specific facts or sub-concepts. And you need to relate all of these to the big picture. So relationships constantly. But you also need to be able to explain all of this stuff. So you're testing your ability to recall it from memory. You're testing your knowledge of all the details. You're testing that level 1 knowledge at the very bottom. Do you know the definitions? Because you need to put the definition in there at the end. Can you explain it? Because you need to build that relevance. Can you apply it? Because you need, again, to build the relevance. Why is it important? Because it can be applied for things like this. So we are actually starting from the top of Bloom's taxonomy. We're starting here and we're working our way down all the way to the bottom. So we're actually testing on all of these levels at the same time for an entire topic. So it might take you, a couple of hours to do a Ho Part Ho for an entire, area of study or a big subject that you're learning. But it's well worth it because the time it takes to do that, you're constantly going to be finding gaps. And every time you find a gap, that's an opportunity for you. So let's say you're explaining something and then you realize, oh, you know what? I'm not actually sure how to explain this using a reverse explanation properly. That means you don't know it as well as you thought you did. So you now need to go and study that. You need to revise that. You're going to go back to your mind map. You're going to go back to your grind map. You're going to go back to your notes. You're going to read more about it. You're going to learn more about it. And the beautiful part about this is because of the fact that you are learning it, because you realize that you can't explain it, this is the best part. This ends up being a problem for you to solve. And this, you trying to learn in order to be able to explain it properly, this is a process of inquiry-based learning. You are inquiring about how to teach it properly. You realize that you can't teach it properly. You found a gap. That was the gap seeking. You found the gap. You learn about it in order to be able to teach it. And that process is inquiry-based learning. So you're teaching. You might think, man, I don't even know how to do that first paragraph. I don't know how to talk about the whole topic without going into all the details. That means you have a very fact-based understanding. So you need to go into it again. You need to think about the big picture again. You need to think about how the main things connect, the very early stages of the shoot mind map, okay? Before we add all the concepts on it. That layer 1 of understanding the basic logic behind it, you need to go and revise that. Once you can do that, you might realize there's an issue with the layer 2, the concepts behind it. how they relate together. Maybe everything's all good, but there's a certain couple concepts that you know they are related, but now that you try to explain it in reverse, you're finding it really difficult. That means you don't know it as well. So you go and learn it until you can explain it properly. So you found a gap, you learned it, and then you filled it. And that was inquiry-based learning. So we're able to find our gaps constantly, and this back and forth process happens while you teach. So even though you might actually be able to teach the whole thing in like, let's say 1 or 2 hours, it might actually take you like 5 or 10 hours spread across 2 days to finish it, purely because of the fact that you've constantly been going back and forth to the notes and pausing every now and again because you need to just fill in all those gaps, which is great because it means that you're spending a lot of that time on effective material. And then when you do past paper questions, you're going to realize it is a joke. You will seriously, after doing this a couple times, past papers are going to be so ridiculously easy. You're going to wonder why you were so dependent on them before. Now you might be thinking, wow, 5 to 10 hours over 2 days for a revision. Remember, we're BHS studiers, BHS. We've got 2 days to spare. We've got 200 days to spare. Because of the fact that we have so much time available, we're able to use this high efficiency revision technique, which is extremely effective at finding these gaps. So we're able to get our knowledge to a level that most people cannot even dream of getting to within a single academic year. I've had students that learned more. Think about this. I've had students that have learned more about the topic than the teacher knew about the topic in the same year that they first learned it using this technique. And actually, I'm 100% sure that a lot of you listening to this will get to that stage as well, doing this. And it's not even stressful. It's not even stressful. In fact, it's actually quite an enjoyable process because you realize you're finding gaps very, very efficiently. So this is a good time investment. Okay, there's not a lot of times where I'll say there's a technique that takes a long time, and it's a good thing that it takes a long time. But this is an exception. It does take a long time. It's hard to speed it up any faster. And in fact, if you start speeding it up too much, you start rushing it and not doing it properly, and you lose the benefit of it. So I would say take it as slow as you need to take it, and use the technique properly, and you're going to find some pretty great results. And the whole part whole technique, this is just something to make it a little bit easier for yourself. This is what will increase that efficiency of the technique. But I just wanted to make another point about how it's very time efficient, especially when we look at the ROI, the return on investment for time. So as I mentioned before, with normal revision techniques, what happens is that at the very beginning, there's a very good ROI, okay? So at this section, the ROI is high, okay? Return on investment is high. As in, you put in, let's say, 2 hours worth of time revising, and you get, okay, let's say the 20% increase, okay? You spend 2 hours doing past paper questions, and your knowledge on the topic increased by 20%. That's fantastic. This is a great ROI. If it continued at that rate, it will be a great technique. The thing is, though, that it doesn't, which I've already mentioned before. As you can see, the curve is plateauing out, which is why as you invest time into it, the amount of actual learning and the level your knowledge gets to starts plateauing. And it plateaus relatively quickly until you get to this area here. This area here is a tunnel. This is the tunnel. And what this tunnel represents is it represents when you're learning and the return on investment is basically at 0 for the amount of time that you're putting into it. And this tunnel is dangerous because of the fact that you can still be examined on stuff outside of this tunnel. You can still be examined on stuff outside of this tunnel. But what happens is that when you are inside the tunnel, you are revising again and again, and you're not learning anything new. You trick yourself into thinking that you've got everything. But here's the thing. Shouldn't you get 100% easily for any single test and exam? And if you do, well done. But if you don't, and you're not able to do that consistently, then obviously something is up there. And especially in university, higher level subjects, this is this is a very, very common phenomenon. People that come from high school who are used to this tunnel and they're used to doing relatively well, they never think, oh, like, why did I make a certain mistake? They just think, oh, it's just, I didn't get 100%, but, I got like 96, that's good enough. But actually, the thing is, for the amount of time you spent revising, why did you only get 96%? You probably could have gotten 92% way back here by investing a third of the amount of time. So how come you did all of that revision and your percentage only increased by like 3 or 4%? And that's because of this tunnel. You're into this tunnel of plateau. The idea with the gap seeking system that's reconstruction based, like the whole part whole, and I actually don't know if there's any revision technique that's more effective and efficient for the amount of time you invest as a whole part whole. That's a technique where in the initial stages, when you invest time into it, the return on investment is relatively moderate. It's relatively moderate. Why is it moderate? Is because it's a time-consuming technique, right? It's a time-consuming technique. It might take you a couple of days to do a single subject. But as you invest time into it, it's consistent. It's consistent. As you invest time into it, you just continue to find more and more gaps. If you get to the point where there are no more gaps and you're doing the whole part whole perfectly, it probably means that you can consistently get 100% for any possible exam on that subject, even if it's beyond the scope. You could have an entire exam composed purely of curveball questions and you'll still get 100%. And so the tunnel is irrelevant. There is no plateau here. Why is there no plateau? Because it's gap seeking by nature. You're spending time only where the gaps are. Therefore, it's not possible for there to be a tunnel unless you have no gaps. You legitimately have no gaps. The tunnel is formed because you're relying on something else to find the gaps for you, and it's doing it less and less as you go on. So just a little graph to make a point there. Okay, so let's move on to a few tips. Okay, whole part whole tips that will just smooth things over for you and make it a little bit more easy. We've already talked about one of the big ones, which is reverse explanations. This is almost not so much a tip as it is like, if you're not doing this, you're definitely not going to be doing it right. Constantly remind yourself to think about the big picture relevance. And I say this rather than saying, go back to the whole, specifically with the type of wording that I'm using here, because it's quite difficult to know what the whole actually is when you're trying to teach it. But if you just ask yourself, is this relevant to the big picture? Is it clear why this detail is important? Those questions you ask yourself in the AIM step, why is it important? How does it relate to everything else? Is that clear? Is that coming through while I'm teaching it at any given moment? You want to think that to yourself. Maybe even write it down and have it in front of you while you're teaching so you don't forget. The next thing is, very important, don't get locked in. Okay? Don't get locked in. Locked into what? Locked into teaching it the way you learned it the first time. Okay? Don't get locked into teaching it the way you learned it the first time. And this is another reason why you should be doing it off. Okay, next tip, do it off memory. Do it off memory, do it off pure recall. So don't give yourself a chance to look at your mind map because you don't want to deliberately teach it in the same way that your mind map is made up. Because now we're losing the benefit of creating it, right? We want to deliberately try to just teach it however we think is the best way without needing an external reference point and help so that we test ourselves at the highest, most challenging level as early as possible. We don't want to deliberately teach it the same way that we taught it the first time. And in fact, while you're teaching it, doodle a mind map. So you'll see that when I'm teaching, even right now, as I draw stuff, I don't tend to wait too long for me to finish writing things. I simply write things in a way that it can be expressed, like at the same speed that I'm speaking. And that's what you want to do. You want to have a mind map, not one that's useful for you to come back to really later. The mind map, in this case, is useful purely for you to be able to just track your thoughts. This is purely for you to be able to track your thoughts. So you are imagining that there is actually a student that's watching you and you're drawing it out and you just want them to be able to track what you're saying. So the way that I write notes, like when I'm doing these sort of tablet, e-whiteboard type things as I'm doing right now, I write purely for you to be able to track what I'm really saying, which is why I don't tend to write a lot of words. I use a lot of symbols and doodles and things, as you've noticed by now. That's kind of what you want to do. You want to doodle it. And it's really useful for when you reflect on it, and also if you ask us for feedback, we can have a look at the doodle mind map that you've done, and then we can get a lot of information in terms of what your teaching flow was, and whether you probably did the whole part whole technique properly, because there are certain patterns that we can see in the mind map that people draw when they don't do the whole part whole properly. Now remember, the point of the mind map here is not to have it as a set of notes. It doesn't have to be neat, okay? It doesn't have to be neat. It doesn't have to really look like it makes sense. There doesn't have to be any words on it at all, in fact. It's just simply something to sort of track your thoughts and also give yourself a little bit of interleaving by giving yourself the chance to express the relationships, express the ideas in different ways and different forms that you might not normally have expressed it in, like, doodling it. The next part is to speak out loud, or a better idea, whisper out loud, because you're going to lose your voice. And the reason that you speak out loud is because it forces you to slow down, which means that there are certain gaps that you wouldn't really know. And it's kind of like if you run your hand over something to feel for bumps. If you're sort of just like slashing your hand around there really, really quickly, you're not going to feel anything. You need to actually slow down enough so that you can really explore each point so you know where the issues are. People that rush this almost always will not do it well. It's kind of a rule. You really cannot rush this. Like, trust me, if there was a way to do something faster and it still worked, I would definitely tell you. Hopefully you believe me by now. So you want to make sure that you're slowing down, okay? In fact, sometimes you want to be even slower than you need to be, just to give your brain a chance to really explore those relationships and find the best possible angle that connects it to the big picture in the most relevant way. You might even do retakes on the same concept, explaining it 3 or 4 times until it feels really good for you, and all the explanations in reverse. So you want to slow down, that's another reason. And the other thing is because it allows you to verbalize. And the verbalization process actually confers with it a little bit of extra learning because it's not a way of learning that you're normally used to, speaking it out loud. The next thing is related to doing it off recall. You want to give yourself at least a few days before you do this technique. So if you did the mind map and then you skinned it to do the grind map, and then you do the whole part whole the day later, the effect is going to be less than if you did this with expanding gap space repetition and you did this, let's say, at the end of the week. I usually say that you should be waiting at least 3 days between doing a grind map and doing the whole part whole, purely because the grind map is so effective that you're not going to really lose much information for the next 3 days. If there is anything that you lose, you want to give yourself a chance for those relationships to slightly soften a little bit so that you can see which ones were weaker. Whereas if you do it too fresh, everything is so new that there might be relationships that are weaker. However, it hasn't had a chance to weaken, and so you don't actually pick them up. So you want to give at least a few days wait between doing a grind map and doing the whole part whole. I usually say you do the whole part whole at the end of the week. If it's been less than 3 days, you just do it the week later. So I have a teaching day that I normally tell students to have in their schedule, like a Saturday or a Sunday, where that day is spent on doing whole part whole teaching. And then if they don't do that for, let's say, Thursday, Friday material, then they can do Thursday, Friday's material on the next weekend. So in that case, it'd be an 8 or 9 day delay, but it's generally fine because of the fact that the grind maps has such a high retention anyway. The next tip is that we want to make sure that we are, on top of using full recall, we are actually allowing ourselves to go back and revise while we are doing it, okay? While we are actually teaching, we want to go back to revise and go through it. So this is the idea of, once you've found a gap, you do want to go and inquire about it and receive the learning. And once you've learned it, you go back to try to recall and teach it through again. And you do that process. And sometimes if there's lots and lots of gaps, you're going to need the next tip, which is if at first you struggle to do this, just do it again. Because even if you were really, really good at it, when you do the whole part whole, you usually find some gaps. If you struggled with it the first time and there were a ton of gaps, you can probably do it again and just find some new gaps and you can consolidate it. The whole part whole is a technique which is based inherently on your level of knowledge. And because it's based on your gaps and your level of knowledge and how comfortable you are, using the same technique again and again, maybe if you do 100 times, it's not going to be relevant, but you can actually tend to do the whole part whole. You can do the same technique 2, 3, maybe even 4 times, and it's still effective because of the fact that your knowledge is actually always changing anyway. It's always growing. So doing it the first time is different to doing it the second time, which is actually different to doing it the third time. And so it's one of those techniques that you can actually do the same technique multiple times, and you would actually get still benefit from it even after doing it multiple times, which is very handy because it means that you don't have to then learn like 4 more revision techniques for the rest of the year. You can do the whole part whole twice and use, maybe a couple other revision techniques if you have the time to do that. Okay, so these are a few tips just to make your whole part whole more effective. But obviously the first thing is being able to just get that core skill down a little bit first. And this may be something that you really need to bring up during your live clinic sessions, or this might be the thing that you want to record and send to us as part of your monthly feedback, because it's something that you may want to get a little bit more individual feedback on, just because of the fact that it is a relatively complex process. And you might not be 100% sure if you're getting it right, but you'll generally know if you're doing it the right way if you feel like you are in the cycle of finding gaps, figuring it out, and re-explaining it. And as you do the cycle, you feel yourself getting more and more and more confident with the material until you just know that you're going to get all the answers right in an exam, because there's just no way they can ask you a question that you haven't already thought about. And that's what we want with the whole part whole.
So let's have a look at some submissions from students of whole part whole teaching attempts, and look at some of the common issues that are faced by students, look at some of the common mistakes or slight tweaks, and we'll see what's done well and what's not done so well. Keep an eye out for what you think is not quite correct, and we'll see if we get it right. I'll play the clip first, and then you can have a look and listen through it yourself. And then after we've had a listen, I'll go through and dissect it. So in that first run through, I'll just play the first, 3 or 4 minutes. Try to keep an ear out to see if you can spot any issues that we will then pick up later. And it's really important that you train your skill and your ability to pick this out. Otherwise, when you do it yourself, you're not actually going to be able to figure it out. And you'll always be needing advice, or you won't know whether you're doing it correctly or not. Now, as a general rule of thumb, if you find that whole part whole, the first 1 or 2 times that you do it, if you find that it's easy, if you find that it's relatively straightforward, there's almost a guarantee that you're doing it incorrectly. Even when I work with students that have received sort of top 0.5 or 0.1% results nationwide on a specific subject, even at that level, when I get them to try to teach it using the whole part whole framework, they often really struggle with it. In fact, they often struggle a lot. So even people that know their content really, really well and have the grades to back that up, they often still struggle. So if you, while you're still learning it, you're finding that this is actually pretty straightforward, then it's a strong sign that you're probably not doing it correctly. So let's have a watch through this together, and then we'll dissect it and see how we can improve it.
Now, what is the purpose of learning about the balance of payments? But essentially, the balance of payments is just a really fancy document that tracks Australia's economic transactions with the rest of the world. That's it. Really. That's simply what it is. And why is it important to know? Because, think about it. Say that we go to the shops and we buy a lot of stuff, and we have a receipt at the end. It's the exact same purpose. We want to know where our money went. So say we went to the shops and spent $200 on groceries, okay? And we look at the receipt to see which was the most expensive, thing we bought, which was the cheapest, what was the most, what was the heaviest product there, was the most expensive one there, was the cheapest, which one do we buy most of, which product do we buy least of, and what type of products do we buy, so it's the exact same thing with balance of payments. Rather, balance of payments is looking at economic transactions and not us going to Woolworths and buying stuff.
So let's just stop there for just a moment, and we'll dissect what's just happened. So this student spent a lot of time talking about the relevance of it. Now, with the whole part whole, one of the most important things, right, is we're leading with importance. We have to explain why it's important first before introducing terminology. So they haven't introduced any terminology. They've sort of set a scene. They've helped us understand why it's important. And now it's a good time for them to transition into starting to break down into the individual components and the parts to see, will they now say, okay, so therefore the balance of payments is divided into 3 different parts or 2 different points. If they do that, then they're more at risk of running down the line of just leading with terminology, what I call a terminology crutch, which means we just put the terminology, we say there are two different types of balance of payments, this and then this, and then they explain it and then they give some examples. That's a very linear way of doing it. We want to lead with importance. We've understood the importance of balance of payments. Now the next thing we want to do is understand the importance of the ways that it's split. So I want them to specify and explain it a little bit more in detail, still without introducing terminology. So let's see if they go ahead and do that.
And so it's important because just like seeing where we bought, like where our money went in our groceries, or like which groceries, like which groceries we buy with our money. The balance of payments does this on a really big scale. So it does it to country scales, whole economy scales. So we'll see that if we export coal, that's recorded in the balance of payments. If we import Toyota cars, recorded in the balance of payments, and the value is also recorded. So we can see where our money is going. And not only that, we can also see where our income is going as well. We can also see lots of investment stuff. So you can see that balance of payments is a pretty big deal, right? So what are the main concepts in balance of payments? There's only really two main concepts, but we will obviously get into more because balance of payments is linked to another really important topic that I will be learning soon and we'll be going through soon. So the balance of payments has two main concepts. So number one, I'd say the main concept, three main concepts. Let's say three.
So this kind of
one is entry.
This kind of sort of stumbling kind of, initially said, well, there's two main concepts. Oh, actually, no, there's three main concepts. That's actually very normal as well. So don't think too much about that. That type of little self-correction is a pretty natural part of the process. So don't worry too much about that.
Number two is economic transactions.
Okay, so straight away here, actually, we can see that they are starting to go into, there we go, there and there. They're starting to go into the terminology. And they are saying, okay, well, there's three main concepts here. There's entry, economic transactions, and they're doing a terminology crutch. Now, the better way to do this would actually be to say and explain why entry and economic transactions and whatever the third main concept is going to be, would be to explain why that is important. And it would be better to explain why that's important first. Once they explain why that's important, then they can say, and this is called entry, and then this is called economic transactions, and this is called the other thing. So we want to say big picture why it's important, what it's about. And then we want to say, okay, so now when we think about it, it's actually three different areas that we can say it's important, and we give some examples. And then we would say, okay, so now the listener understands what it's about. They understand why it's important. The only thing they're missing now is what is it actually called? What's the name? They should be saying, okay, I understand this, but I don't know what it's called. Label it for me. And that's when we introduce terminology, right? So it goes big picture, then explaining the importance, specifying that importance and explaining it more, still with lay terms, giving examples, and then giving the terminology, saying, and that whole thing that you've just learned about and understand now, that's called this. And then once we understand that, then we can go back to explain it again in more specific terminology, right? So once the terminology is introduced, then we can go back to explain the more detailed process. And this is where we really flesh out all the details as much as we want. And then once that is explained fully, then we can go back and we can say, okay, now let's relate that back to the big picture again, see how it all fit in, and then we'll move on to the next part. And that's the going back to the whole. So the whole at the beginning, big picture, then explaining it in importance in terms of the lay terms, and then that's going down towards the part, dropping into the terminology, and then explaining that terminology really in depth and all the processes or whatever is involved. And then that's the deeper part, and then saying, okay, so remember that was important because of this, which fits into the big picture like this. That's again tracking back to the whole. So whole part, whole, and that's the process of it, right? So actually it should track your mind map very accurately. It should track your mind map very accurately. If you did importance-based chunking and your chunks were formed due to things that were important for the same reason, you asked yourself, why was it important? And you found the reasons that it was important. And all the reasons that were, all the things that were important for the same reason, that became one chunk. If we chunk that way, then the way that we do the whole part whole should mirror the way that we did our mind map very closely. And that's why it's such a good revision technique, because it not only forces you to do this off pure recall, but it also tests your ability to understand the relationships and the importance between the different ideas and concepts and explain it fluently. And also when we get down to the parts, we need to then go and fully in-depth explain in complete detail. So it tests you on your recall of the facts and the details as well. So a really broad spectrum revision technique, which is why it's so good. But let's see how this student continues to do this.
And number 3, we actually get something called structure. This is it. So, how do these relate to each other? So we'll see that the entry, actually, there should be something like this. Oops, my partial's off. So, let's just do this. Yeah, there we go. So, how is entry related? So, how are these main concepts related to each other, and how do they contribute towards the purpose? So, we have economic transactions, and we know that economic transactions, right here, is what is recorded in the balance of payments. Think of the balance of payments as like a really fat receipt, right? And it has everything to do with other countries. You know, maybe we import cars from Japan, maybe we export, coal to China. So it's lots of, it's just a really big receipt, and like you think of it like a shopping cart as well.
I want you to keep in mind how none of what's being explained right now required us to know this entry, economic transaction, and structure. This whole explanation, this example that's being given right now, could have been explained before introducing the 3 pieces of terminology. And actually, that's exactly what should have happened with true whole part whole. So this is reversed explanation. He's not doing reverse explanation. He's kind of slipped up on that a little bit. However, this is a great opportunity for reverse explanation because he's able to explain it in a relevant way. You know, we know enough about the balance of payments to know that it's basically this ledger of all the economic transactions. We know enough about that for him to have explained this and give this analogy, and it would have been better to give this analogy first, help us understand why it's important, what it's all about, explain it and the relationship it has with these other aspects, and to say, all right, this first thing we talked about, that list of transactions, that is one of the most important key principles called economic transactions. And then do you remember the other thing, whatever we talked about, that's called entry, and there's this other thing that's called structure. And then we would do another explanation of it in more detail. That's using that terminology to anchor it all together. So we have this layperson understanding that's being built progressively, and then boom, we chuck the terminology in to say all of that we just talked about, this is called this is called this, and this is called this. And now let's explain that again a little bit more specialized so that we truly understand it. And we say, okay, all of that was important because of coming back to this main point and then going on to the next topic. Anyway, let's see the rest of this explanation.
So economic transactions is what's recorded in advance payment, and obviously it's important because we need to know the types of economic transactions that are recorded in advance payments, because we do have different types, right? So we see that, we actually give stuff to people and we actually receive stuff. That's different, right? Because giving and receiving is different. or that's the main differences that we'll see in the economic transactions. Or maybe we have economic transactions that involve money instead of physical goods. Like instead of coal, we might see that we actually import money or something like that. So you can see that money and coal are very different things, right? Or maybe instead of coal, we export education or like tourism, and you can see that non-tangible and tangible goods, they're pretty different, right? So we can see that economic transactions will be different. Now, why is it important to know? Because balance of payments is comprised of economic transactions. So now, how is entry important? Well, what is entry? So the reason why we need entry is because economic transactions always have a value, right? But the value won't always be positive on each and every one of them, nor will it always be negative. So by having an entry method, we can actually classify different economic transactions into different classes, right? And by knowing this, we will know what value the economic transaction has in the balance of payments. So we'll obviously see that we'll have negative and positive values. Think about it. Like a receipt won't always, okay, this is like a two-way receipt, not a one-way receipt. So in the shops, when we go to the shops, we'll see that we always have a one-way. So we're always buying things, right? But you want to think of the balance of payments not just as us buying things, but we're also sellers, right? So you want to think as if as if you go to Woolworths, right, and your receipt shows all the negative entries because you're buying stuff, right, and you're losing money, but then you think about the receipt Woolworths receives, it's all positive entries, right? So that's something what the balance of payments is like. So we can see that a balance of payments or a receipt, right, will have positive and negative entries, because we'll see that from some economic transactions we'll gain and some will lose. It makes sense, right? So if we actually, I'll get into the examples later. So that's why entry is important, because we need to learn how to classify economic transactions into their respective values. And economic transactions is what is recorded in the balance of payments. Now, finally, why is structure important? Well, think about it. If we have a really big receipt,
I'm going to do a reteaching of this straight after he's finished teaching it, and then you'll see the difference in how it goes in. You can see how when we flip it, now, he's not doing a bad job. It's just that the order is a little out of order. But when I flip it, you'll see that it becomes a lot more concise and it's easier to follow. Having said that, this is, I believe, one of his first attempts, which I think is actually pretty good. So I think he clearly knows his stuff, which means he probably used the existing BHS techniques pretty well. But this is a very advanced level skill, I would definitely say. Whole part whole is not an easy skill to learn. There's definitely a learning curve, and even the best students take some time.
It is the balance of payments. Every single economic transaction that happens between Australia and the rest of the world is what is in the balance of payments. It's like really big receipt, right? Like we do lots of economic transactions on a day, and imagine balance of payments, if it's recorded every quarter or even month, it's lots of transactions, right? And so we actually need a specific structure to it. If we don't have a structure, then we'll see lots of random entries and we'll be flustered, because we can actually group these economic transactions together into their types, right? And so this is why structure is important. Structure is used for classifying economic transactions into their respective groups, which we'll go through soon, and that's how the balance of payments is structured. We'll see.
Okay, so let me do that basically again, but I'm going to do it with true reverse explanation. We're going to cover basically the same points, but you're going to see that it sounds a lot more straightforward. And I want you to just pay special attention to how it wasn't necessary to introduce all of these terms to begin with. We could have done the explanation and then introduce it afterwards. So I want you to pay special attention to when I do this little section with true reverse explanation. I want you to see how every time I explain it, I'm spending time to build the importance. And then, I'm never really saying a statement or explaining anything that requires you to know anything specialized. We're building the knowledge progressively, starting from what you already know, slowly getting better and better and better until naturally entry, structure, and economic transactions will make sense, right? So here's how I would explain this whole thing. So we're learning about balance of payments, and balance of payments is an incredibly important thing for the financial systems and records of, for example, a country. And what the balance of payments basically is it's talking about the things, the money going in and out, or the goods or services going in and out of a country. It's talking about all the different types of transactions that occur. And that could be literal transfer of money. It could be a transfer of resources such as coal or exporting. It could be the transfer of a service such as education or tourism, and then the economic exchange associated with those goods or services. So we can see that for an entire company would have a lot of different transactions. Some of those transactions would gain us money. Some of those transactions would lose us money, naturally. And we'd have a lot of different types of transactions. For example, education transactions is not the same as coal transactions, which is not the same as direct money transfer. And so in order to keep all of this very clean and something that we can actually analyze and use as a record for financial purposes, we have it set out in a very specific way. So there are three components of the balance of payments. One, we have the actual entry of that information into the record, and that is either a gain or a loss or some other categorization of the information. And then that's going to allow us to structure, which is the second part. And structure means that we are categorizing and grouping the types of transactions so that they all make sense. And it's something that we can look at and understand rather than just being a huge mass of transactions. And then what that allows is for us to see the entire record of economic transactions, which is the final third big concept, which is effectively what the balance of payments is a record of. So economic transactions being any of those exchanges, either of goods and services with money associated with them. So what we have is we have an entry of economic transactions which are classified in some way, gain or loss or some other categorization that gives us the structure of this balance of payments. And those are the three main important concepts which we will be going into in more detail. Okay, so that is a way of explaining this through reverse explanation. Now, I didn't practice this before. I literally just learned this at the same time as you watching this video right now. And I did that explanation right off the cuff. So it's not the best, it's not the cleanest. However, hopefully you can see how I didn't really introduce the idea of structure, entry, and economic transaction as terminology until basically at the very end. And I may have used the word, for example, I may have used the word structure or entry or transaction, but I only used it in the way that I would expect a normal, just lay person to already be understanding it. I didn't use it in a way that I would expect, like an expert to understand it, or someone who's really well versed in this economics. So that's just an example of that reverse explanation. Now, this is the most common mistakes that students will make. Even very, very top achieving students, there's usually this bias for terminology crutching, where we just say, okay, we've got entry, economic transaction, and then structure. Entry means this, economic transaction means this, structure means this. And it may seem like a very small change to not introduce that terminology until the end, but by doing that, we are forced to explain the idea of something purely through its relationship with other things, because we don't have terminology to fall back on. We don't have a definition to fall back on. And so it tests our ability to know the associations and relationships between ideas very, very explicitly. If you don't know why structure is important, you're going to have a very difficult time explaining and making sense of it and getting someone to understand why they need to care if you don't know why it's important in the first place. Only when you know how structure and entry and economic transaction, how that's all funneled together, only then would you be able to explain it in a way that can be understood and the listener knows why they need to care about entry, why they need to care about structure, why they need to care about economic transactions. You can only do that when you know the stuff really, really well. And obviously when we go into the more detailed parts, so I would presume that right now what we're going to do is go into economic transaction and really probe into it in a lot more detail, and really go into structure and really go into entry in a lot more detail. When we do that, then we'll see, does the person have a good recall of all the details and the facts as well? But it's the same process. Every new thing that we introduce, we're going to be doing this reverse explanation. We're going to lead with importance, and we're always going to be relating it back to the big picture. After we cover any part and we explain anything in detail, we're always going to be saying, okay, that was important because it just brings it, and we just bring it back and we do that big picture summary. So it seems relatively simple, but it is actually truly quite challenging to do. This student did a pretty good job of it for a first go, but that little switch in terms of reverse explanation is an important one, which adds a surprising amount of difficulty. One other thing that I'll add as well, that you'll probably see a lot with different types of Ho Pat Ho, is that different subjects have different ways of communicating that importance. And you'll know this from doing your mind maps, demonstrating the importance of a group of information in chemistry is different to biology, to physics, to economics, to philosophy, to politics, to English, to maths. They're all different for different ways, and therefore the way that you teach them is going to be different as well. Hopefully you're used to thinking about them in different ways from practicing the BHS through those topics so far. But just keep that in mind as well when you do the Ho Pat Ho. Don't expect every subject to feel the same. There's going to be a different way of explaining the importance of different topics, just inherently because of the way the topic is structured. But we're always bringing it back to the same fundamental principle, which is we lead by importance always. We always explain the relevance of it first. And now when we combine this technique with other forms of revision like brain dumps, mind map or linear brain dumps, your flashcards, group study with sharing and creating challenging questions with each other, making your own questions, doing pre-made questions. When we combine all of that, we're going to have really high levels of retrieval practice, which means that obviously our ability to perform in the exam is going to be higher. And just as another note, in case you're forgetting, remember, don't do these retrieval practices too close to each other. You need to give yourself space to forget, to flush it from your short-term memory so that you can truly see how much you're able to retrieve from your long-term memory. If you're doing a revision of the material every single day, then you're not actually giving yourself enough time to see, flush it out to see how much you're actually retaining in your long-term memory. If you did a mind map on one day, give it 3 or 4 days before you do a Ho Pat Ho teach, and then give it another 4 or 5 days before you start creating challenge questions, and give it 1 or 2 weeks before you answer those questions, and give it another 2 weeks before you go and do a group study or group quizzing with your friends or something. Make sure that you're adhering to relatively decent spacing to give yourself the opportunity to forget so that you're truly able to test on the retrieval. Let's have a look at an example of Ho Pat Ho done by another student for the topic of equilibrium in chemistry. As before, try to look for the patterns that you can recognize and pick up on that might indicate a lack of either reverse explanation or inadequate chunking, maybe issues with flow or fluency, or maybe they're just not coming back and relating it to the big picture, coming back to the whole after explaining a part in detail. So we'll see how it goes and try to pick up on it, and we'll dissect it as we go. Keep on the edge of your brain or seat and really be focused in on it so that you're able to follow along when we dissect it. There's no point just watching this blindly or going through and skipping to just me dissecting it, because then you're not going to learn anything. You're not going to be able to pick it up in yourself. You may have the exact same issues that these students have, and you may send me a video with exactly the same problems and you won't even know it, because even if you listen to it yourself, you haven't trained your ears and you haven't trained your eyes and trained your brain to pick up on the problem. So that's obviously the most important thing. Anyway, let's get to it and see how the student does.
Okay, so today we're going to be learning about a topic called equilibrium in chemistry. So all around us, there are these tiny little things, these tiny dots around us that make up everything. And these things are called atoms. Now, these tiny particles, they bump into each other randomly. They randomly move around and they bump into other particles or atoms. And when they bump together, they can form a new substance, which we call a molecule or a compound. And, with these, the formation of this new molecule, we've created something new chemically. And the process of creating something new chemically is known as a reaction.
I'm just going to pause there for just a moment. And so this is not done. This is not done badly. It's pretty good so far. There's a couple things that you may pick up on, like the word atoms and the word molecules was introduced pretty early, right? And yes, and generally we want to put off terminology for a while. In this situation, it may be permissible simply because the terminology that's being introduced is not conceptually really dense. Like understanding the concept of atoms is not that difficult, and understanding the concept of a molecule is not very difficult. So it's in that kind of gray area where introducing it kind of early could make sense, especially because it was done in context. There was a context built around it. It wasn't just like, here is a definition for a thing that you need to know. There's a sort of story being built, and the terminology is introduced in a way that feels natural and easy to follow along with, where not introducing it may make the story unnecessarily difficult. And this is one of those areas that is kind of requires a little bit of experience. I don't have hard and fast guidelines on this particular thing. Although having said that, I will actually mention that I think it would have been better still to have done something more in terms of a layman's explanation before introducing it. So instead of going directly into atoms and molecules and saying this is a reaction, I would have actually done a little bit more, assuming this is teaching the imaginary student that knows absolutely nothing, which something as simple as atoms and molecules, maybe, if you're a year 9 or a year 10 student, sure, bring it all the way down, assume that your imaginary student knows nothing. If you're a year 12 student, year 13, university, then in that case, assuming that they know what an atom or a molecule is probably reasonable enough. But here's an example of how we could do this without assuming that they know anything. We could have said, look all around you, look at your phone and your desk and your calculator, your cup, your mug, the water, the ocean, fish, people. All of these things are made up of tiny little building blocks, and we probably know of these building blocks called atoms. But how is it that water is a different type of substance from my skin or from the air or from my phone? What is the distinguishing feature that makes these substances so completely different from each other, even though they're all made up of atoms? Well, on one hand, they're made up of different types of atoms, but also they're made up of different combinations of atoms. So we could have the exact same two types of atoms that come together in a completely different way, and that combination might make a different substance. So for example, the atoms involved in creating a tree are largely very similar to the atoms that are involved in creating a human. There's a lot of the same elements there. There's a lot of the same carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. And all of those same atoms are present, but they're present in different combinations, and they form different structures. And those structures that are formed between these different atoms are called molecules. And the way that happens is that they bounce around, they hit each other, and then they can create this new combination structure. And when it does that, that transformation is called a reaction, when we go from whatever to another thing. So the definition of reaction is blah, 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 blah. And that's when I'll be really, really specific about the part. So that's an example of how we can extend that story out and build a little bit more. In this particular instance, talking about atoms and molecules, again, it may be excessive because it is quite a basic concept. But if you are at a low level of your year, or you're not super advanced at the topic, or you personally don't feel 100% comfortable with it, then definitely bring it down and assume that they don't know anything. But if you do feel relatively comfortable, and this is stuff that your imaginary student should know this, at least you're in your third year of university and you're going through this stuff, and you know that even your imaginary student understands the concept of an atom and a molecule and a reaction, then you can skip that, obviously. So anyway, let's keep going, and we'll see how this student continues on.
Now, there are different types of reactions. So one type of reaction that you can consider is one in which so let's say that we have some sort of reactants A and B, which are just random atoms, and they combine, as in they bump into each other, to form a product C. One case is where you have...
I really like how he said they combine, as in they bump into each other. So that's a small thing that actually brings it back to the whole, because the whole was painted with the idea of, atoms bumping around. And then by making sure that that explanation is just consistently in that same level of simplicity, using lay terms, that's a good touch.
Of all of A and B have been spent, you're left with only C. And this is called a limiting excess. Reaction. Now, there's another type of reaction, and that's a reaction in which A and B, there's actually some A and B, but there's also some C. And we don't know how much there is of each, but we do know that there is some of this and some of this. So there's not like only C or only A and B. So there's a combination. And we call this combination an equilibrium reaction.
So I would say that this is a good example of reverse explanation. We understand the concept of it, we get it, and then the label has been attached right at the end. So the next thing that I would expect is a little bit more of a technical definition and a technical explanation at this point, because now we're ready. We understand the concept of equilibrium. We're ready to learn a little bit more in detail about equilibrium. You can use the terminology of equilibrium. You can use the terminology that you've already introduced at this point. The one additional thing that I would have done differently was when we're saying there's only A and B or C, I would have given an actual example just to make it a little bit more tangible.
Now, why is this important to know? Well, I guess with equilibrium reactions, all around us.
I just want to point out how, there's that pause in terms of like, well, why is this important to know? And that pause is representing the time taken to think about why is this actually important to know? And so this is the the beauty of the whole part whole technique is that it forces you to think about the importance so often that it really tests you on whether you've just memorized something or whether you understand why it's important or not, and how everything kind of fits together. So gaps in your understanding that you didn't pick up during the encoding stages with the whole BHS thing will be picked up in this revision. And that's why retrieval practice such as whole part whole, and that's why spacing is so important, because there's inevitably gaps and we need to pick them up.
All the chemical reactions that exist around us, a lot of them will actually exist in equilibrium, meaning that there will be some reactants and some products, and it's not going to be so clear cut as to only reactants or only products. And this is also really interesting because a lot of these reactions are present in everyday life, not only within your own body and whatnot, but also in the industry as well, which I'm going to talk about later. These sort of things are really, really important.
It's really difficult to explain the importance without actually giving examples. So instead of saying we'll talk about this later, I would have actually talked about it now. I would have talked about it right now. In fact, I would have done this whole spiel that's being done right now at the very beginning, before even introducing the word equilibrium. I would have said, okay, let's think about the applications of chemistry in the real world. We have reactions that occur inside our own body. We've got things that happen, in industry. So for example, when this compound is being produced, or this solution, and we add bleach, and then how does that happen? When we create a vaccine, how does that happen? What about in our body, when we're breathing and that sort of stuff? Well, how does that happen? Well, these are, because there are different types of reactions. So this is the concept of something that's called equilibrium, or something along that lines. I would have given these examples and real world applications to understand why equilibrium is important in the first place. I would have actually done that first. Now, this, again, it's a very simple sort of topic, and we've been talking for, this video has been going for not this video, but the video that we're watching together, that's been going on for 3.5 minutes. And we've only just covered the idea of what is an equilibrium reaction. So we're going at a pretty slow pace. Having said that, understanding that example is going to make it faster later on, because we're not having to re-explain why things are constantly important. We sort of set the scene by saying, look, this is a topic talking about this, and this is why it's important. And we can break this up into understanding about this versus this. And then we explain why this is important and this is important. And then we give the examples and we give it a label. And then we go into the specialized explanation. And then when we start introducing terminology, we can introduce terminology back to back to back very, very quickly because we already have an understanding, or the listener already has an understanding very deeply about the topic at a conceptual level. And it just generally sort of, makes sense.
For essentially, like understanding these types of reactions are really important for, understanding how things work within our own body and within, the industrial processes that use these types of reactions. So that's why it's, quite important to understand the whole idea of equilibrium, which, essentially is just studying all the types of reactions that have some reactants and some products. So within this topic, there are several concepts. So the first concept that we're going to learn is systems. The second concept we're going to learn is...
So here we go into an example of terminology crutching, right? So I can guarantee that these things that we're about to go into could have been explained without introducing the word systems first. We could have given the example and said, this is how it works, and don't you think this is important? And then being like, okay, so this thing, all of that stuff we talked about, that is actually what we call systems. And then the next thing is called whatever.
Calculations. The third type of reaction of concept we're going to learn about is this thing called Le Chatelier's principle. The fourth concept we're going to talk about is this concept called Gibbs free energy and entropy, which is grouped as one topic in the IB. And yeah, I mean, that's basically the main sort of topics, concepts in this topic. So now we're going to talk about systems, the first concept. So what is a system? Well, when we talk about equilibrium, we're talking about equilibrium in the context of some sort of reaction space. So when, going back to before, we were talking about the atoms and stuff. These atoms bouncing around and bumping to each other, they have to react in a certain space, which is known as the system.
Okay, so yeah, I can see that we're about to go into the systems, and we're giving a good, this part that we've just listened to is good. It sounds good. There's a good introduction in terms of why it's important, and we're going to learn about why systems are important and why calculations are important. And we're going to go through, and I trust that he's going to explain everything in full level of depth and all of that sort of stuff. The only thing is I would have given some kind of example or analogy to show why all of these things are important first, and then I would have labeled them, and then I would have gone into the systems in detail. So I would have said, okay, so let's think about some of these equilibrium reactions in context. So, for example, let's look at an industrial application when we're producing this particular substance. Not only do we have this particular environment in which the reaction is occurring, where increasing temperature or increasing whatever or adding more reagent is going to change the outcome, but we also need to be able to calculate that. We also need to be able to measure that so that we're not wasting money, we're not wasting time, we're not getting it wrong, or if it's a different type of application, it's not life-threatening or dangerous. So we need to be able to get this right and fine-tune what goes on inside this environment. And we need to, in order to do these calculations, we need to understand some of the principles behind how the reaction actually occurs in the first place. So when we look at equilibrium, we can actually break it up into these note three, because as I'm explaining, I'm noticing that there's probably not four, but three ways that we can break this based on shared reasons of importance. There are three main ways that we can break up an equilibrium reaction and consider them. First is the systems. The system is basically the environment in which the reaction is taking place and the reagents themselves. And the second part is being able to predict and measure and calculate that, which is the calculations aspect. And the final thing are the principles involved in the equilibrium reaction. And we're specifically going to be talking about something called Le Chatelier's principle and Gibbs free energy and entropy. So we'll start with the systems. So remember, now I've laid it out. I've done the whole in terms of the explaining the relevance. I've anchored it in with terminology now. Boom, just like that. And now I'm ready to go in to do a more specialized explanation. Just before I dive into the part, I'm going to go back to the whole. So we're talking about systems now, going into the part. But remember, that's important because this was the environment where the reaction is all taking place. This is the information about the reaction itself, the reagents that are being used, and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm just hitching back onto the whole, just as a short reminder. And then I'll go back and say, so systems can be characterized by blah, 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 and this is what is involved, and here's blah, blah. And then I'm going to explain everything I need to explain about systems. And then at the end of that, I'll say, okay, so that was systems. Now remember, the other part of this was being able to do all the calculations. So let's talk about calculations now. Calculations involves blah, 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 and then I'm going to explain everything that I need to explain about calculations. And once I've explained all about calculations, then I'll say, so remember, we covered systems, which was about this, and we've covered calculations, which is about this. But remember, in order to even do these calculations and to understand the system, we need to understand the principles of equilibrium reactions fundamentally themselves. And there are two that we talked about. The first one, Le Chatelier's, we'll talk about that one first. What this says is, and then I'll explain all of that, and then we'll say, okay, so that was the first of two. The second one was this, and then I'll talk about, Gibbs free energy and entropy. And we'll talk about all of that. And then I come back. So I'd say, all right, so now that we understand the principles, we can see how it all comes together. Let's have a look at some other examples where this comes into play. Boom, done. Just like that, right? So constantly relating it back to the whole, relating it back to the big picture, and always seeing opportunities for reverse explanation. So now that I've dissected a couple, you should have a feel for when there's terminology crutching. Now, you can't always avoid terminology crutching, but you can most of the time. And it's about being keenly aware of it and being attentive to it so that you do avoid it when you need to.
Look at another submission here from a student going through electromagnetism. And what I want you to note is the common issues that come up. And there are some recurring themes here. And I'll point out a few key things that I've been noticing for other students as well. So this will be quite a good dissection. Let's get into it.
The topic we'll be studying today will be about a very interesting topic called electromagnetism in physics. Now, straight up, we can see electricity and magnet out here. And before we get into the deeper concepts, let's just take off why it's important.
So this method of using the word itself to break down the biggest first chunks is actually quite a good technique, and it's often an efficient way of getting into the topic.
So look around you, like, on your desk, we have out, right now on my desk, there's a lamp shining, and we follow the wire, the cable, and then it leads to a power point. And, let's think about how this lamp is actually lighting up on my desk. So there's electricity coming from my power point, but where's the electricity from the power point coming from? Probably the power lines. Just go like that. And where power lines are just, we all know that this is just where electricity just flows, but where's the initial source coming from? It's probably a big power station. And how is electricity even generated? Like, how is it that everything, electricity, we pay the bills, but how is it actually made? It's not something that we just get in nature for free. It's generated basically in the power station, but how? How is it?
So this flow of right now justifying, where the power actually comes from, because this may not be something that you normally think about. How is electricity generated in that statement? We don't just get it from nature for free. This is quite a good flow. This could have been done a lot more concisely, but at a, just starting to use this technique for the first time, getting into it, this is, definitely a good attempt.
That it's created there, and then through the power line, it comes right to everyone's homes. But we use it to almost do anything from use it as lamps, like everything almost involving electricity. Sometimes we use solar energy, but even then too, let's like charging our laptops. One more interesting thing I'll get to later on is just have a look at your laptop charging cable, and it'll be something like this big box looking thing, and then it'll connect to like the cord. And this box looking thing is electromagnetism also explains what this is. And once I get into that, this is really important because, it's not important, it is important, and it's really interesting because, just to give you a heads up, like, let's come back to this idea of generating in a power station. And
there's a little bit of difficulty there trying to lay out the big chunks without using the terminology. And I can see that he's sort of signposting that he's going to talk about it. When you're feeling this level of kind of awkwardness in terms of the flow, you don't have to worry too much about it. You're always just making sure, like, don't try to think of it as checklist of, I need to check off my chunks, you know. Don't think of it as checking off a checklist of chunks. Think of it as, does the listener understand why what I'm about to talk about is going to be important? Okay. As long as you're able to communicate that importance, then you've done your job and you can move on. So at this point, I feel like I know why it's important to generate electricity, and I'm curious as to know how. So this would be fine to segue into it, unless there was another aspect. Like for example, if we were saying, and then the electricity is generated, how does that happen? And then once it's generated, it comes into our room and, for example, into our laptop. How does that energy then get translated into something that our devices can actually use? Because, for example, just if we hold our laptop up to a lightning strike, it doesn't mean that it's going to charge it. So there has to be something else that happens, and electromagnetism also explains this as well. So that could be a way of bringing it together. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to talk about two things to do with electromagnetism, and these are the reasons why they need to think it's important. So I'm always making sure that I'm bringing myself back to justifying the importance of what I'm talking about, or the ideas I'm about to introduce.
It's traveling through the power lines and through this, why is it? Well, the question is, how? Well, there's going to be tons of electricity generated at this main station because how many homes are there? How many suburbs are there? And there's going to be, we use PowerPoints. We don't use power or phone charger. Yeah. So, but this doesn't adjust for every. Let's say it's going to be different when you charge a phone compared to when you charge your laptop, compared to when you watch a TV. And our laptop's literally going to explode if that's how much. So we covered the basics / how electricity gets to our homes / some interesting stuff about our laptop, just to give you a heads up on stuff later coming. And before we delve any further magnetism, these two things are common across both of them. And one of them is we all know what this one is. We've learned this since grade 9. It's like just imagine, hold your hand and push something. Hold your cup, or you're even sitting right now on a chair. There's something we all know there's gravity, right? You're probably sitting on a chair right now if you're listening to this, or if not, or you're standing on the floor or something. And we all know by now that there's gravity acting on us. There's way more to it than just this gravity. The chair will just fall into the deep down layers of the earth, but we don't, because there must be something there coming back up, right? So, and these things, as we know, push, pull, or twist, as we've learned in grade 8, the force. Nothing to we have. They're two different stuff. Right? It seems like they're two different stuff, but why is it a one-word thing? And that's what we get to later on. But before we get to that, let's cover this other thing. A force is easy to understand, and most people know this one, but what people don't realize is that there's a new addition. It's a step up from grade 8 or 9. Once we integrate 12 into electromagnetism, it's not just your two little bar magnets interacting with each other. Like, when we were all a child, we were like, why? How come the red and the red, they don't like each other? Well, for some reason. Why is it that when another, let's just say this is a magnet, just for some simple explanation, why is it that when this guy comes near this, there's suddenly an attraction, or repulsion, as we call it, attraction, repulsion, there always be, the repulsion is when you have a magnet, we all know this, when we have a magnet.
So there's something that's happening that hopefully you guys can see from watching this, is that there's a lot of delaying in order to draw things. And this is a very important thing. And I mentioned this, is that when you're drawing mind maps while you're teaching, never teach to the mind map. The mind map is there just for you to track your thoughts, but you should never really be breaking your flow of speaking to give yourself time to draw out an elaborate mind map. You may spend, give yourself a 3 to 5 second delay to finish off writing a quick keyword, but we've been kind of skipping through like 3 minutes of just talking about the idea of, like electromagnetism basics, which could be much more concise. It could be done in just, 30 seconds. The analogies that are being given right now and the way that it's trying to pique our curiosity is good, but the issue here is that it's not very concise. And the reason it's not concise is because the student doesn't understand exactly what is important to communicate right now. So he's thinking, all right, I need to communicate this point, And in order to communicate that, I need to tell them about this thing, or this is my certain flow. But they haven't made it really clear and explicit what is the thing that if they were to know, that would signify the importance to them. So for example, going back to the force example that was used before, with a chair, just going down endlessly into the deep layers of the earth without, something to balance it. The idea behind forces, if we already know that the audience knows about forces, and in this case, the assumption was made that general idea of forces was already learned previously, then you can simply just introduce that as forces and then frame it so that we understand that electromagnetism is a type of force. And we'd be done with that, and we could just draw an analogies by saying that it's just like it's kind of like gravity. It's another type of force, and we would be done with that. And that's enough to understand. There's no terminology really needed. There's not really elaborate, more technical, new information that we're introducing here. We're just working off what they already know, and we're able to cover that point pretty concisely. Likewise, with this, we can simply say, you remember previously we learned about how opposites attract and likes repel with bar magnets, but actually, why does that actually happen? What causes these attractive or repulsive forces? And that would be enough. We would have gotten the point across by doing that. And we could have drawn a little diagram just to represent that, but this is kind of going on a little bit too much. So this is an example where that flow is being broken up. Number one, because there's too much delay from just giving yourself time to write things down. Again, this is not a mind map that's made to be, perfectly archived for future reference. It's a mind map that's made to document your teaching process. And then so that's number one. And the second thing is because there is a general lack of, not lack, but a slight lack of clear prioritization of ideas and knowing exactly what is important to communicate in order for the importance of this to be justified. And this obviously translates into your learning because it simplifies your ability to chunk, it tunes your brain and calibrates it so it looks for those important chunks more quickly and more automatically. And it means that you're able to traverse the relationships from the logic layer all the way down to the details and back up again much more fluently because you know the fastest way to get up and down those different layers without needing to justify every single point. This is very common to see in people that are just starting the technique. Not knowing exactly how much justification is necessary. And this is because the brain has not been tuned to knowing when importance has been communicated. Again, this translates into studying when you're reading a piece of text, not having a brain calibrated to looking for things that justify the importance. So it's two sides of the same coin. It's that calibration on importance, either explaining it through this Hōpātō teaching or through seeking that information yourself through reading or listening in class or asking questions and things like that. So two sides of the same coin. And this is one of those things that will get better with practice, but you can see how with the Hōpātō technique, watching a recording like this, you can see how clear it is, how it hasn't been completely cohesively understood to the level of fluency that we'd ideally like. And so the Hōpātō technique is great for establishing and showing these slight deficits. So this is a big thing that the student will need to work on. They're doing fine, but they just need to practice more, evaluate themselves more, and really become more concise and be highly prioritized in knowing exactly what they need to explain in more detail, what they don't need to explain, and how to traverse those points more fluidly. So partly practice, partly reflection, but for a beginner stage, this is going in the right direction, it seems like. Although I would like to see them go into the details a little bit more quickly. And so that's that conciseness coming back again. So as before, we're going to take a look at another Hōpātō by another student, and I want you to listen and be very attentive to the key principles we're looking at. Is this person able to explain the concepts, navigate the logic or the layers of learning very smoothly? Are they terminology crutching? Are they using the reverse explanations properly? In that, are they showing a clear understanding of the concepts by themselves, by nature, or are they having to rely on saying this is a terminology and here's a definition in order to explain it properly, and therefore are they able to notice the gaps? Now, one thing that should be mentioned again is remember that these examples that we're seeing right now are kind of the more final versions of the students' attempts. So the first time you use the whole part whole, you will inevitably find that there are areas that you're not able to explain properly. And when you encounter these areas, you'll go and look them up again and learn them better, and then try to explain them again, um, rewinding a little bit. And so it's a naturally very recursive process as you're going back and forth between the material and your notes and the source and trying to teach it and finding weaknesses and going back and forth. And those weaknesses may come in the transitions between layers, especially going from more the, logic layers, or those issues may come from, even the details where the memorization of the very specific piece of information is a little bit more lacking. And so you want to look out for, where the problems might actually be. And so keep that in mind when you're listening to this, is that the issues that I talk about are not necessarily the most common, in that they may not be the ones that you face when you're first doing this, but they are likely to be the most common in the final stages once you've figured out the key big, most obvious issues. So, for example, if you forgot how to explain a very specific detail right down in layer 3 or layer 4, that's something that's pretty obvious. You'll likely be able to fill that in yourself. Okay, so anyway, without any further ado, let's get into it and have a listen.
We'll be talking about biodiversity. However, we're not going to talk about it as a whole. Instead, we're going to look at a very interesting and more specific part of the idea of biodiversity, in that biodiversity encompasses the variety and variability of life on Earth. We're going to be looking at a more specific part of it. And by this specific part, before I tell you what it is, I just want you to ask yourselves, in biodiversity, what is the strangest thing that happens? Well, personally to me, the strangest thing that happens besides, I guess, evolution, is how different species of organisms, like cats, dogs, mice, elephants, lions, people, is how they interact with one another. It's like this strange like wiring in our brains and every living organism's brains to, in one way or another, interact with each other. So you have a person, you have a cat, you have an elephant, you even have other species as well, up to like mosquitoes as well. Even mosquitoes have this strangeness to interact with each other, not in a good way, mind you, but a bad interaction is still an interaction. Well, this leads to the next question of why? Why is everything interacting with each other? And everything.
So far, this is a good introduction. Again, a little bit of that teaching to the mind map sort of thing. It could be a little bit faster and more concise, but the point, at least, that's being gotten across is a good point. So there's no major issues yet. So let's see how the student then transitions through the remaining major chunks and bits of logic, and how they're able to shift that into the concepts and maybe later into the details.
Wants to interact with each other, not so that they can help each other or necessarily screw the other person over or the other species over. It's more or less this instinct to not die out. And it's, I guess the meaning of not dying out is in the name, trying to preserve their species, not die. And so there's many different ways that species work together. But actually, just the other day, I saw this magpie that was just brutally attacked by a bunch of other birds of the same species. Perhaps it was for some very specific reason. Maybe the birds had a vendetta against this magpie. But to me, it just seemed like they were just trying to protect their territory. And so looking at these types of interactions is not only very interesting, but they can actually help us to gain a better understanding of how our world works and how we can obviously take a step to preserve this uniqueness of life. And so, and this is the whole idea of species biodiversity. And species
Good
diversity.
labeling there.
Also, why there are different species, and also how these different species interact with one another. And it all forms like this fantastic web of just trying to not die. That's basically it. And more specifically, one of the obvious things that species try to do to not die is to adapt to their environment. And we know, and everyone knows what adapting to your environment is. You learn in primary school, you learn that if it's cold outside, if it's a cold habitat, there's going to be animals are going to have fur. But how do we actually trace this lineage, I guess, of actually the species actually acquiring fur? We know they're just not randomly born with it. We know that you can't just have a furless wolf that births a wolf that has fur. That doesn't make sense. Instead, they gradually evolve it over time.
The way that this student has introduced the main chunks was quite good. I don't know if there are more chunks that will be introduced later, but if this is kind of this general scope of the entire topic that's about to be taught, I think that's done quite well. The other thing is the use of these examples, furless wolf, used during the explanation to help make sense of it. That's a really good way of including very specific details that might be layer 3 or layer 4, rather than leaving it all the way to the end purely because that exists in a later layer. Using it and incorporating those details during the explanation to allow it to make sense in layman's terms in that layman stage of teaching is an effective way of answering the question of has the listener understood why this is important. Those very specific examples may be immediately easy to understand, doesn't require too much explanation. A lay person could understand it, and it's a very good way of kind of navigating that. So I think that's been done quite well. And another thing to look at, and definitely to give credit for, is that even though I suppose you could say fluency of speaking is a little bit not stuttering, but a little shunted. It's not coming through very, very quickly. It can obviously be a lot more concise. I'm listening to this at 1.75 times speed. It's not going, back and forth. There is a clear direction of the flow of events, and it is, in terms of the flow, relatively smooth, even if the verbal fluency is not there yet, and that, again, takes a little bit of practice. So far, so good, and I think definitely some people could pick up on and learn from how the student is using examples during the teaching process. And this is, again, how the layers of learning, it's not a direct map for how to do mind maps or how to do multipass or how to do whole part whole, but it is a way of thinking of information, and you can see how it can come through in multiple different ways and multiple different techniques. So anyway, let's get back into the teaching again.
And this leads to the idea of molecular biodiversity, but more importantly, it actually shows us how different species come to exist. And so the biggest factor of why there are different species is based around their environment. And for people, I mean, we can make what our environment is. We can make it hot, cold. We can move where it is. But obviously, many species, they lack that cognitive ability to actually build houses and build air conditioning. However, there are many species that go this extra mile to change their environment. And what an environment has, more specifically, is that every environment isn't the same. We know this. We know that deserts aren't the same as coral reefs. Obviously, coral reefs, the biggest difference is that they have water, whereas deserts, they just have sand. But this begs a bigger question of, well, if there's so many different environments, how come the fact that there's so many different environments creates so many different species? And this is where we see the link. More specifically, we see that the things that aren't alive in the environment, such as sand, water, minerals, salt, these things, they don't come out of living beings. We don't put them there. Animals don't put them there. They come there by themselves. And obviously, this is the term abiotic factors. The factors that aren't inherently biotic, and biotic is just produced by living things. It's just another way of saying living things.
So, good example here of the terminology coming at the end. Again, there was a reverse explanation. Again, conciseness can be worked on, but overall the flow is good, so no real issues so far. So it's tracking along quite well, and we're going into the sub-chunks. We've introduced the idea of environment as a main chunk, and we're going into the sub-chunks of abiotic and biotic factors. And you can see that now the terminology is becoming a little bit more technical. So let's see if the student's able to continue and persistently introduce terminology through appropriate reverse explanation. And again, the whole pothole is meant to test you on the high level logic as well as that low level specific detail. So what I want to see after the terminology has all been introduced for this particular chunk, I want to see an explanation of it now in that specific detail. I really want to hear an explanation in the maximum detail that you would need for your test or your exam coming in after we have laid this layman's foundation. And so we'll see if we get to that level as well.
And there's so many different abiotic factors. For example, and going back to that desert and coral reef example, deserts is very empty. Coral reefs, it's very rich. There's a lot of coral. There's a lot of different fish. There's even sharks, turtles. It's absolutely packed with just different species. Why? Because they can support so many different species. And so, but the desert, it's not as if the desert is just empty sand. There's tiny, tiny insects. There's also sometimes mice, depending on where you're from. And there's obviously the main man, the cacti. Cacti still live in deserts, right? They're not dead. But this is important because all of these, I guess, species, these actually lead to how other species interact in species interaction. We have the abiotic factors that lead to having different species, and we also have the biotic factors that lead to how species interact with one another.
So it felt like that was probably quite an important chunk-to-chunk connection that was being bridged there. And I think this example of the cactus or something was probably a particular detail that the student wanted to memorize or have an anchored there as for future reference. So you can sort of hear how they're trying to get to this connection. And again, that fluency needs a little work, but overall, the flow of how it's going is very good. I do wonder, was this done from memory or was this done referring to notes? Ideally, it should be done from memory.
And for example, obviously, and so we'll look at the coral reefs more specifically. So imagine if you were just a fish. You will be a orange fish. You can be Nemo. And you're just swimming through the coral reefs, enjoying your life, trying not to die, trying to find a mate to reproduce with so that your species does not die. And so you can't just swim in the open. If you swim in the open, you're just easy fish food. So how do you actually not get eaten? Well, you have to obviously use your environment to your own advantage. Now, actually, just aside from this point, a big fish that eats a little fish is actually one of these special interactions, and we obviously know it as predation. Prey eats fish, and obviously the prey, us, the little fish, we don't want to get eaten. That's a bit awkward. Kind of defeats the purpose of trying not to die. And so, how can we actually find a way to stay safe? We can work with our environment. We, the little fish, here, we can work with abiotic factors, but also we can work with biotic factors to our own benefit. So, for example, we're clownfish. One abiotic factor that we can use to our own advantage is obviously that in coral reefs, the environment that leads to these abiotic factors, they obviously have giant rocks, right? They have giant rocks that we can use to take shelter. We can hide from the big fish here and not die. But maybe there's a small fish, perhaps not a fish, but maybe an eel. Maybe there's an eel that's sly enough to slick through the rocks and actually still be able to kill us and eat us. So not only can we use biotic factors, but we can also use other living creatures to help us. And so for us to, if we want to interact with the other living factors of the environment, in this case the coral reef, perhaps we can make a trade-off. Perhaps we can give them something, and they can give us something. In this case, we're clownfish, so we obviously want protection. And the species that provides us protection is a strange anemone, that has like these very unique tentacles that they've adapted to their environment to not die. They have this special thing that actually shocks living species. And maybe
A couple of things I want to mention. hopefully you can hear it, is that he's referring to the whole idea of not dying multiple times, just as a reconnecting to the big picture, which is very good. And that's going back to the biggest whole. The area that I think does need a little bit more work, though, is at this stage, we're seeing how some of the more sub chunks and more detailed concepts and examples, we're starting to see how this topic of biodiversity is coming together a little bit better. But it feels a little bit abstract in a way. It feels like there's a lot of ideas talked about that I feel like I want everything to consolidate. So we're doing the whole and we're going to the part well, but I would like to have heard a summary of everything to say, okay, so we covered and that summary could simply sound as simple as saying, so we've covered the idea that biodiversity is referring to all these factors, living and non-living, biotic and abiotic, that contribute to the adaptive pressure required for species to not die, as well as the interactions between all the different species and elements in the biodiversity sphere. So now so that would be like a big picture summary of everything we've talked about, where we then say, okay, so now let's have a look at some of the more specific interactions, and we're actually signposting going into a specific topic. So that's the main thing sticking out to me around now, is that I would really have liked to have heard a little bit of a summary before we move back into more detail, just so that we aren't losing track of things. And that's kind of a more intermediate slash slightly advanced level problem with Whole Part Whole. So, the basics are being done very well so far. And the next level of improvement is to make sure that we've got these little mini summaries almost serving as a mental checkpoint to allow all the ideas to just come together. And maybe that will come soon, but it should have come already a little bit earlier ago. So let's just keep listening to see how they navigate through the remaining details. Again, now we're listening at double speed.
To us, we got lucky in that we're actually immune to this little shock, and so we can hide here. Now, obviously, we can't just stay here rent-free. That wouldn't be in our best interest. So in return for protection, perhaps we can give them some nutrients, such as our fish poop. That might sound a little gross, but every plant loves fish. Every plant, whether it's underwater or on land, they love poo because it gives them nutrients. And so this is an interaction that we refer to in biology as mutualism, when both species mutually benefit. There isn't much else to say about mutualism, but what if we had a situation where perhaps we try to interact with, perhaps we are a Zenobia clownfish, perhaps we are a turtle, a majestic turtle gliding through the ocean with grace and beauty. And so as a turtle, we are just swimming around in the ocean, minding our own business, perhaps we're eating seagrass as well.
I legitimately just want to pause to say that I appreciate those little tiny animation movements that he's doing, and the bits of humor in there. So, this is looking good in terms of teaching ability.
But maybe in the seagrass, there is maybe while swimming actually, a strange piece of plankton sticks onto our shell. And over time, that plankton grows up to become a barnacle, two barnacles. Well, the barnacles benefit, obviously because they get to have free transport around the ocean, or the coral reef. And they don't even have to pay anything. And the turtle, this majestic turtle here, he doesn't care. It's not as if he's dying, right? And this is actually what we call commensalism. However, so commensalism is when two species interact with each other where one benefits, and the other one, such as the turtle, doesn't really gain or lose anything. But we know that over time, the population has to grow. 2 barnacles will eventually become 4 barnacles. 4 barnacles eventually become 8 barnacles. And 8 barnacles, well, it becomes like 16. And eventually, this turtle shell here, it's going to get too crowded. Not only that, it's going to start adding way too much weight onto the turtle, and it's going to make it very challenging for it to swim, which obviously means it's harder for it to free itself from predation. And so at this point, the turtle is actually starting to not benefit, but he's actually starting to get screwed over. And this is not commensalism anymore. Biologists refer to this as amensalism. And amensalism is when two species interacting with one another. One species, such as the barnacle here, they are benefiting, whereas the other species is actually... it's not amensalism. The correct term for this would be... Well, it would technically... Okay. this is when it starts to get complicated. Well, we know that in biology, nothing
So we just saw Whole Part Whole perfectly right now, where a gap was identified and trying to explain it. And now whatever is learnt in order to correct that mistake that we just saw, that information is going to be held onto and retained much more uh, at a much higher quality. And our ability to use this information will be not limited to just purely having memorized it, but we'll be able to use that along all the different layers of learning, and it will automatically be connected to everything around it because the whole time we're explaining and teaching this, we have to relate it to why it's important. So this is a great example of the whole part whole, picking up an issue at the concept layer, concept slash important detail layer of learning.
is ever black and white. And this is just one of the many examples where you can't just give something a label. You can't be sure about whether something is whether an interaction is mutual or whether it's commensurable, I guess. It's not always black and white. We know that's not how biology works, because if it was, everything would be a lot more simple, and perhaps society would have advanced by 300 years by now in animal research, I guess. This example with the barnacles, I guess, overriding this total, is that the barnacles actually start to become sort of a parasite where it's having a lot of benefit, and at the same time, it's screwing over or harming the total. And this is the term parasitism or parasitism. Now, the word commensalism that I mentioned before, it's kind of similar. However, the difference is that it's very oddly specific. There's hardly any example where you'd find this interaction, and really, it's when you have a species that there's two species interacting, where one is not even being benefited, it just exists, and the other one doesn't get any benefit either, it just gets harmed. And I guess one example would be this very specific Australian tree that is affected by this strange root. And this root basically just exists. Obviously, roots still want to have nutrients to not die. And to do this, unfortunately, they've just chosen this specific tree as their sacrifice, where they'll get the nutrients from. Well, it's not even really a sacrifice as well. It's more or less they just happen to land there, and they just start doing their own thing. So, commensalism is very specific, bit arbitrary. But back to the bigger picture. So we know that species can interact this way.
So easily an alternative way of having learnt that could have been just to memorize commensalism, parasitism, amensalism, and mutualism. But then we wouldn't have been able to get the subtle difference between, for example, parasitism and amensalism, and how, commensalism and amensalism are almost the same side of a single coin, where one exists and for commensalism one benefits, whereas with amensalism one exists and the other is not benefited. Whereas parasitism is one is gaining at the expense of another. So you can kind of see how they could exist on a spectrum of mutualism to commensalism to amensalism, and then parasitism. And that could be another really high level sort of way, a big picture way of showing the relationship and between these concepts. So looking for that simple way of bringing it all together. And so that will be another little mini summary to explain what we've just explained before we move on to the next part of the topic, whatever that is.
But why is this important? Well, we know it's important so that species can survive and not die. But it's a very delicate balance. It's usually not just two different species. In fact, you can have multiple species interactions that actually create a chain of one another. So for example, if we had duck, and let's just say this species of duck likes to eat bugs, ticks, whatever. And strangely enough, there is a boar. Well, actually, yeah, we'll make this a bit more fun. Let's say there's a meerkat. This very strange meerkat. I don't know the meerkat. This is a meerkat. It's hieroglyphics. And there is a boar. If anyone gets this reference, good on you. But, okay, so this boar, it just exists. It doesn't do anything. But, what if this boar had parasites? This first interaction we see is closely parasitism. This boar is losing nutrients while these parasites just breed, or ticks, I guess, just breed like crazy, and they just start growing. Eventually, over time, the boar is going to just die because it has no blood. But here comes this meerkat, and it starts to just pluck away at those bugs, because I guess meerkats like to eat bugs. The meerkat gets benefit, the boar gets benefit. This is mutualism. However, there's also an interaction that happens between the meerkat and the ticks. So perhaps the interaction between a meerkat and a tick is parasitism, similar to the tick and the boar. And this is where we start to get a little bit complicated, where it's not just this. It's obviously a meerkat isn't obviously a parasite. So we know this. A meerkat's a mammal. It has babies. It gives birth. It doesn't lay eggs, unless it does. And I've been misinformed my entire life. But as we can see, it starts to become complicated when multiple species start to interact with one another. But under this giant scope, under these species interactions, this idea of working together in balance. Yes, we know that multiple species can have multiple interactions with one another. But when you think about this on a greater scope, perhaps not in a coral reef, but more in a forest, which we are more familiar with. A forest has hundreds of different species working together. There's eagles trying to eat worms. There's worms that add nutrients to the soil by decomposing dead bodies. Oh, sorry, not dead bodies, dead organic matter. There's trees that provide photosynthesis and energy, providing they grow and they provide fruit for perhaps, I don't know, koala. The eucalyptus provides leaves for the koala. And it becomes this entire system that works together in balance and harmony. And that's what we call symbiosis. The balancing of species interactions. Or at least that's how I like to think about it. That's why I think it's important. And this here is species biodiversity, where you have many different species working together, many species that are basically come from the environments that they grow up in, where obviously we understand evolution. Over time, species start adapting, and through their adaptations, they start interacting to create this balance. And this is just one part. This species diversity is part of the bigger picture of just biodiversity overall, how life maintains itself on Earth.
Yeah, so, good little summary at the end there. I would have liked for that example of predation to have just been fleshed out a little bit better and a little bit more detail in terms of, how do we know what type of interaction is and how does like a predator-prey relationship sort of fit in there and how you know is species what is the other things around biodiversity rather than species biodiversity. And I don't know if this was the full level of detail that would be needed for a test or an exam, and if it is, that's fine, but if there is more detail that's needed, then that really should be taught as well. I also don't know if this is the full scope of this topic. If it was, that's fine, but if it wasn't, then really Hope Heart Whole benefits from teaching more. So if for example the topic was more about the whole of biodiversity and species diversity is just sort of half of it, then it would be better to have taught the entire topic of biodiversity rather than just species biodiversity. We always want to be doing it topic wide, whether it's our mind maps, whether it's our Hope Heart Whole. When we're doing high volume retrieval practice in general, it's better to go as comprehensive as is feasible. Obviously, if you don't have much time, then you are time restricted, but if you, within the time constraints that you have, you want to cover as much as possible. So the main issues here are the lack of more mini checkpoints and summaries, and lack of kind of super clear anchoring as a result of that in terms of, okay, well, what are we really talking about now? We were able to do the reverse explanation really well, but it was kind of unclear what chunk or sub-chunk it belonged to. So in my mind, it's harder to group the information as I'm going along. So these mini checkpoints where we're kind of grouping and reminding ourselves what the chunks and sub-chunks are again would have been really good. And that's the biggest weakness and the next step for this. But the reverse explanation, which is usually the hardest part of Hope Heart Whole, was done pretty well. There is a question mark on whether it was detailed enough and whether it was topic wide enough, because I don't know the extent of how much needs to be learnt in this topic. But if that wasn't the full depth of detail and if that wasn't the full breadth of the topic, then those also would be areas to be improved on. But overall, a very solid Hope Heart Whole attempt, and so far of the examples that we've worked through, this seems to be most well-roundedly the best one, where the biggest issues are kind of covered, although some of the other ones did have certain mini aspects that were done a little bit better, a little bit more fluency here and there. But again, for a beginner level, this is certainly a pretty good example of Hope Heart Whole.
concept that we need to talk about before I can go into my super epic personal technique that I use that's extremely, extremely effective. And that is the idea of a decisional delay. Decisional delays are time vampires, as in they suck all the time away from our day. And we, I guess, unlike a vampire, really, we don't even know it. We don't even know it. And actually, the danger here is that we end up wasting time on things that were completely avoidable with better planning and if we were aware of it. And it can actually amount to 2, maybe sometimes even 3 hours a day, depending on what your day looks like. So if I said to you, there's a way for you to reclaim 2 hours or even 1 extra hour a day, then that's like an extra hour of sleep, an extra hour of, whatever it is. A lot of the time you might think, oh, I could go over to my friend's house or do something, but it takes 20 minutes to get there and it takes 20 minutes to come. It's like almost an hour already. If I said you could free up an hour, it's like, wow, that's like, that commute there and back is like completely accounted for. This is what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the ability to really cut down on this thing called decisional delays. And decisional delays are the time it takes to figure out what to do next. And I've mentioned it here and there throughout the course before, but I want to give it some proper attention now because decisional delays make an enormous part of hidden gaps of time that we don't realize are running away from us. Normally, we're aware of time passing when there's an activity that we're doing. However, if we're not doing an activity and we're thinking about what to do next, we're normally not aware of how much time passes. So think about this. You are wanting to go for a run, you're thinking of going for a jog, and you're thinking, should I go for a jog today or should I not? Where should I go for a jog? What should I wear? How's the weather looking like? Should I do it? Should I not? That kind of thought process, you can actually be umming and ahhing for, let's say, 5 or 10 minutes before you even get onto it. And this is where procrastination sets in. This is where you get more lazy. This is where you start thinking, maybe I'll just do it tomorrow. So there's a lot, this is the evil zone. There's a lot of bad things that happen in this place. This is a dark alleyway that your parents told you not to enter into. This is the time management equivalent of this. When you're walking past the decisional delay in your time management life and journey, this is the part you want to sprint through because you're going to get mugged here by procrastination. So the way that we first prevent decisional delays and in a way become more decisive is, first of all, by having better plans, good schedules, good task management, all of the stuff that we've covered already. So we know at a certain time we're meant to do something. However, even if we know that after we do something, we're meant to do the next thing, we may finish something early and we still have a bit of time left for the next thing. And we think, okay, well, what should I do now in the time to fill it? And that thinking process might actually end up procrastinating you so that you are late for your next thing. So you might finish 15 minutes early and then watch YouTube for an hour and now you're late for the next activity or you didn't even do it at all. Or maybe you finished 10 minutes late and you're thinking, do I still have enough time? I feel like I need a break. And then again, there are all these decisional delays. So the important part about removing decisional delays is actually being very aware of decisional delays. So very easily what you can do is at the end of every single day, because you already have made a schedule, right? You can reflect on your schedule and you can actually think, were there any decisional delays in between the activities? Was there any time at which I stopped an activity and I thought, what should I do next? Oh, should I do this? Should I do that? And you're contemplating how you should do it, what you should do, whether you should do it or not. That type of process. Be aware of that. Try to track that at the end of every day. The very first time you do that, you might not spot anything. But by the fact that you're looking for it, the next day, you might realize that you're doing it. You'll be umming and ahhing and you'll think, oh, I'm entering into it. I'm in a decisional delay right now. And then you can see how much time you actually spend doing that. Across a wide range of people, not even just students, but professionals as well, when I look at decisional delays, often people are spending anywhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours on decisional delays, purely from my own experience, looking at a few hundred different cases. I find that decisional delays actually becomes an extremely important part of time management that often goes unaccounted for because we're not even aware of it. 5 minutes to 10 minutes spent for deciding what to do next between every single activity that we do, the time very quickly ends up stacking up to, if there's an additional hour, that's an entire new activity that we could have put in purely because of decisional delays. So this is the other aspect, the hidden aspect, the time that we're not even aware of us wasting, that if we were to reclaim would really free things up. So the first step is just try to remove it. If you can acknowledge it and you recognize you're entering a decisional delay, simply just skip that and just go on to the next task. Just flow straight into it without any hesitation. But in order to do that, we need to be able to have that awareness. So a diary or a log, every day when you're reviewing your schedule, just look, where were the decisional delays? And again, you might not find anything for the first couple of days, but eventually you'll start noticing it more and more and more. And when you become aware of it, then you can actually do something about it. And this ability to really think about when you are wasting time between activities is extremely important as a skill to develop in order to use the technique that I'm about to teach you, which actually puts a lot of this all together. But first, let's get rid of these decisional delays. So by now we're a little bit more familiar with the idea of hidden gaps of time that we can actually be utilizing without costing us anything. We're not having to sacrifice any activity to do this. It's simply time that we've reclaimed that we were straight up just wasting. And the biggest one we talked about there was decisional delays. Now, what I'm going to teach you is something called attention management, which is different to time management. And this is a system that I use on a daily basis when I really need to get stuff done, when I need to stay completely focused. This is the way that I'm able to maintain a flow state, a focus state for 10, 11, 12 hours a day without rest. Now, having said that, if I do it without rest, just because I can doesn't mean I should. So I might do that and I'll take breaks in between if I feel like I'm getting tired or I'm losing my edge or I'm losing my optimumness. However, it just means that there is the ability to, if you really need to push stuff out, if you really need to be productive, then it's possible to enter into that sort of flow state for a long period of time by removing all these hidden gaps of time. So let's talk about attention management and how it can actually be a lot more productive than time management. So we'll have a look at that. So when we talk about time management, the definition here below seems really, really stupid, right? Time management, managing our time. But is that really what we're doing? Because it's not like we can actually do anything with time. Time will flow irrespective, time will flow. Even if we do nothing, the time is going there. It's not like we can control time. So we're not really managing time itself, really at all. In fact, you could correct that by saying what we're doing is we're managing our perception of time, which we measure using things like clocks and things like that. But if we didn't have a clock, how would we even manage our time? How do we manage our time if we didn't have clocks? And that's a very interesting question. And that's the question that really opened me up to thinking about alternative ways of managing time that were, number one, the main thing was much less stressful and ends up being way more productive. So the thing is that even without a clock, we might have a perception of time based on just our internal body clock. But the thing is that our perception of time is extremely linked to the activity that we're doing and our mindset during that activity. Like if you're doing something that's really fun, time flies when you're having fun, right? Time is slow, very, very slow when you're going through something boring. So our perception of time is actually wildly inaccurate because it's so dependent on how we find the activity that we're doing. So if there were no clocks, then we would manage our time based on our perception of time based on the activity that we're doing. Now, here's the thing. What is the purpose of actually managing our time around a clock? What's the purpose of managing our time around a clock? It's not as if we say, I'm going to do something at 3 p.m. Does it mean that we actually do it at 3 p.m.? If we are good, if everything goes well, yes. But does it mean that when 3 p.m. hits, the universe makes it so that we do the activity? No. It's simply we need to be able to manage our activities in such a way that we are able to, at 3 p.m., start this activity. So what ends up happening is that if you really think about this, there are certain times that need to be obeyed. You need to get to school at a certain time, let's say 9 a.m., you need to get to school. You need to finish school, and you finish school. Let's say at 3 p.m. you finish school. You need to have dinner, let's say at 6 p.m. You need to go to sleep at, let's say, 10:30 p.m., okay, or 11 p.m. So there are certain times, little sort of milestones and checkpoints. The time you need to wake up, let's say 7 a.m. Between these milestones and checkpoints, what is the value of actually knowing what time it is, other than knowing how many hours until school's finished? And the thing is, there isn't really a lot of point. It doesn't really matter what time it is between these areas, as long as we know that we're not late. As long as we know when this time is, when these big milestone times are, the rest of it doesn't even matter. And actually, I would even argue that it doesn't even matter when you know school finishes, because of the fact that even without a clock, you're going to know school is finished based on the fact that everyone is going home. So then what are we doing in between? Well, if the idea of having time associated in the times between doesn't actually matter, because all we're going to be doing is filling it with activities anyway, then instead of trying to manage time through literally setting times on a calendar and trying to do things, why don't we actually manage the activity directly? So we're really managing the activity that we're doing. But it's not about managing activity, right? Because the activity that you're doing might be, let's say, studying. Does that mean that you're going to get good quality studying done? No, not unless you have a high level of focus and attention. And that's the key, is that actually what we need to be managing is our attention. And attention management is a game changer. When you start thinking about your day as a flow of time where you are controlling what you are paying attention to at any point in time, rather than activities scheduled at various different times. It really changes the game. It's the equivalent of really looking at time management as kind of like studying, where you're doing the thing, but it's a little bit meaningless. Like studying is meaningless if it's not producing the learning, right? So focusing on the learning is the most important part. That's where your target should be, is getting good learning, not just doing study, right? Hopefully we know that by now. Same thing with time management. Managing your time is kind of pointless in a way, because you could manage your time the best way possible, but if you're not paying attention to the right thing at that time, you're not actually going to get it done. You're not going to finish it to a high quality. So the schedule is going to fall apart, or you're just not going to produce a good output, or the result's not going to be good. So whatever time you try to manage, if the attention wasn't done properly, none of this stuff actually matters anyway. You'll be under time, you'll be over time, you'll be more stressed because you're not meeting your schedule or whatever it is. And so we can actually swap completely. So I no longer do what I would call time management. I only use attention management. So let's illustrate what attention management is a little bit more, and we'll go through some examples. So attention management, to be super clear, is managing where your attention is, okay? Where is your attention? And it starts by thinking, what are you thinking about? Which is why the decision or delays activity is so important, because it builds a skill of being aware of what you're thinking about at what time. So let's think about this. Let's have a schedule. Here's an example schedule, and we're going to fill this out. This is a schedule that was made through time management, general, normal time management. And this might be a time management schedule that you would have created. 7:30 to 8 a.m., your morning routine, wash, brush your teeth, whatever it is, get changed. 8 a.m. till 9 a.m., go to school. 9 till 3, be at school. 3 to 3:30, go to tennis, 3:30 to 4:30, play tennis, 4:30 to 5:30, go home, 5:30 to 6:30, settle in, unpack, get changed, have a shower, 6:30 to 7, have dinner, 7 to 9, do your homework, 9 to 10, maybe more homework, maybe study, maybe relax, buffer time, 10 to 11, I don't know, like you need to relax at some point, right? And then like 11 o'clock plus, you really should be sleeping, but it's like study more maybe at that time, depending on how good you are at your study efficiency. So this is based on time management. So if someone said to you, you need to be more efficient with your time, and you look at this schedule, it's like, this is chock-a-block, you know, like where are you gonna, okay, I'm either gonna take out relaxation, take out sleep, or take out my buffer time, which is probably not good because it makes everything too inflexible. What can I do here? What can I do? Well, now let's look at it in terms of attention management. So what we're gonna do is look at where is our attention at each point. During our morning routine, where is our attention? Where is our attention during the morning routine? Our attention is in brushing our teeth, having breakfast, getting changed maybe. So here's the thing. Can you do this without paying attention to it? Can you brush your teeth without paying attention to brushing your teeth? Can you get changed without paying attention to getting changed? Some people, the answer will be yes, I could do that. Some people, the answer will be no. For me, it's kind of 50-50. Personally, some days I just like, even brushing my teeth, like if I'm not paying attention, I will just like brush the same tooth for like 30 seconds. But some days I'm really feeling on my game and I don't have to be. So this is the thing, is I'm being aware of my attention at each point throughout the day. So an attention management routine would say, okay, let's say in the morning, I need to focus on my morning routine. So in here, it's exactly the same. Go to school. Where is my attention? Well, I'm taking the train and then the bus to get to school. I kind of need to pay attention where to get off the bus, get on the bus, and on and off the train. But other than that, my attention really is nowhere. In fact, where is my attention? It might be scrolling through Facebook or Instagram. My attention might not be doing anything at this time. And this is an area, an attention gap. This is a hidden area of time that you could be utilizing. So maybe you could use this to do some of the flashcards that were due. Maybe you could use this to do a little bit of pre-study, maybe a very brief aim step, maybe a mental mind map or something. And in that hour, even if you're filling in 20, 30 minutes of this time, you have just created 20 minutes of time that you would not normally have had with no expense because of attention management. Now you're at school. What are you paying attention to in school? Okay, hopefully if you're paying attention in school, you're paying attention at school. So there's nothing really there. Now you could say, you could use the lunch break. What am I doing in the lunch break? Well, you want to be paying attention to relaxing, right? Eating lunch with your friends or whatever it is. And that's good, you know, do that. Don't like soak up every part of your time to study or anything. Definitely not. So use that time, focus in school, focus on enjoying your time spent with your friends and all of that sort of stuff. That's all good. 3 to 3:30, go to tennis. Well, that's another area where I could possibly be doing something else because the act of going to tennis doesn't actually take much attention. I simply need to get in a car and go there or walk across the road or something. And in the time in between, what am I actually doing? Just like thinking mindlessly? Well, maybe I could use that mindfully. And maybe here I'm doing my mental mind map of everything that I learned in school that day. Get a bit of interleaving in there as well. Playing tennis, you probably have to pay attention during that. Going home, well, look, there's another little opportunity here. Another opportunity, maybe here, let's say, for example, when you're going home, in that hour that you're going home, at least 40 minutes of this hour, you just want to like relax. You just want to turn off and not think about anything. And that's all good. You can do that. That's still intentional. You're saying my attention is going to be on relaxing. And that's fine. But let's say you've got 20 minutes and you're like, okay, I could spend 20 minutes going through my flashcards or doing an aim step for something or a shoot step, planning my shoot step, just building the layer one, the logic for something that I learned at school. You could do that during that time. When you get home, settling, having a shower. Sometimes when I'm in the shower, I'll feel like I still want to be thinking about stuff. And I might do something, mentally, like a mind map or something while I'm having a shower. settling in, getting home. Maybe you want to use that time to relax. Okay, let's say, for example, we're going to use that time to relax. We're having dinner. We need to pay attention to having dinner. Then we're doing our homework. We're paying attention to doing our homework. And then the buffer and whatever else there is. But here's the thing is that throughout the day, we actually found 3 opportunities that we could use where combined that could be 1 additional hour that's spent on maybe, let's say, studying, which means that there's 1 less hour of studying that you need to do later in this day. So we have actually just created time. Out of pretty much thin air, we have made time. And so this is where time management starts feeling like it just doesn't even make sense. Time management starts to not even make sense because when you think about what your attention is doing in a spectrum of time management, it's like, okay, I'm waking up at 7 a.m. Time is flowing on. But when I think about what I'm actually doing in that time, it's like during this time, I'm like brushing my teeth. And then for a period of time, you sort of like disappear. It's kind of like I'm not really doing anything. Stuff is happening to my physical body. I'm being transported from one place to another. And then I arrive at school and then like school is happening. And then like there's a gap there. And then there's tennis. And then I go home. And then like there's like this question mark of just like time sort of passes. Time sort of passes. So during that time that just mysteriously passes, what's actually happening? What's your brain actually doing during that time? And this is the magic of it. It's because now when we are paying attention to our attention, we can flow. We can flow from one task to the next with no delay because now we don't care about what time it is when we do a task. We simply care about the task itself, and we're going to do it when we finish the first one, right? We are wanting to do the first one to a reasonable level of speed versus quality, right? And normally, as I've mentioned before, we're normally going about as fast as we can without reducing quality. So as I mentioned before, the myth behind, speed and output and rushing, we don't want to rush. So we don't often have to worry about going any faster. The thing we need to worry about is being focused, right? Being single-mindedly focused to make sure we get it done at an acceptable level of quality and we're not making mistakes and wasting time fixing mistakes. So the amount of time it takes for us to do this activity is going to be relatively set no matter what. It's not going to take us longer or shorter just because of the fact that we had it in our schedule. Which means now there is no reason for us to under or over schedule because it doesn't actually matter what time we finish. Now combine that with something like the priority 0+1 system. And then we know priority 1 is the most important thing for us to do. Then priority 2 is the next most important thing to do. So simply all we do is we finish this, and once we are done, we move on to this. And then we do that. It doesn't matter if we finish this 15 minutes late or early or whatever. It's like we've done this, now we do this, and then we do that, and then we do this. So what this looks like is that it removes all the decisional delays between activities because it doesn't actually matter about time anymore. The only thing we need to make sure of is that we stay to our big checkpoints throughout the day. So an attention management schedule looks like this. These are the checkpoints. I need to be at school at 9 a.m. I need to leave for school at 8 a.m. and I need to get at school at 9 a.m. School is 9 to 3. I need to start tennis at 5:30 p.m. And then I finish tennis at 4:30 p.m. And then I'm going home and settling in and showering and all of that sort of stuff. And dinner is at 6:30 p.m. And then I need to get to sleep at 11 p.m. So all the time in the middle is purely filled with whatever activity that we need to do. So now we apply the priority 0+1. What's our first priority here? Let's say that the number one priority for the day is that you want to make sure that you get a decent amount of study done. Great. First priority is get some study done. All right, well, we'll fit some study in here and we'll fit some study in, well, this is dead zone. We can't really do anything else here other than school. Then we'll fit some study in here and then we'll fit some, well, this is dead zone because we have to pay attention at tennis. But between that and dinner time, we can fit some study in there. And then if we have time left over, then, okay, buffer that. But then we'll do priority number 2, which might be to, I don't know, like study a different topic or hang out with friends or whatever it is. And that's priority 2 there. And priority number 3 is here. And that's what attention management looks like. You simply do the first priority first, and you just flow from priority to priority until you basically just are able to get it done. And it means that your time is constantly filled, not because you're trying to fill the time, but because it's impossible for you to just disappear and not exist during a period of time. And when you pay attention to your attention, you realize that there will be a period of time, like for example, when you're going to school maybe, or like going from school to tennis, where you're not actually doing anything meaningful in that time at all. Yet time is still passing. And because of the fact that you know that you're like not really doing anything productive, you can just use that. And this is very useful because then you can be more aware of where you're procrastinating. You might start scrolling through Facebook and then you think, where's my attention right now? My attention at the moment is on Facebook. Where do I want it to be? Well, I want it to be on study. So then we stop that, we give ourselves a chance to stop procrastinating and get onto that attention management. And we flow in terms of our attention from activity to activity to activity to activity without any break. And this is how you're able to navigate an entire day very intentionally, where literally almost every single minute of your time is used exactly the way that you wanted it to be used. And you have to worry very little about the numbers that are on the clock as long as you're meeting the thing on the clock. Now you might have, let's say, priority 2, which you think is only going to take you 30 minutes that day. And you've got a 30-minute slot, let's say, right here. Okay, so instead of doing priority number 1 there, you'd say, okay, I'm going to actually do priority number 2 right there because I can get it done really, really quickly. So you do that, and you've got 30 minutes spare, then you go and do priority number 1. So you're just constantly being very intentional with the way that you use your time. You're paying attention to your attention, and you're thinking, is my attention where I intend it to be? And if not, you simply do what you intend to do during that time. And now you don't have to worry so much about scheduling everything so carefully on a schedule and worrying too much about the numbers. So in my mind, my days, although they are very packed, actually seem very simple because I'm just thinking about what priority I can crack out at any given time. Once I finish an activity, I just think, okay, what am I doing now? Oh, I'm doing this priority. Great. I'm just going to get into it. And I just do it and I just do it and I do it and I finish that and it's like, all right, not next one. And I just go and go and go and do the next one. And if I think I need to take a break, I'll just take a break. And then even when I'm taking a break, I'm thinking, where is my attention? My attention is on taking a break. Yeah, that's great. And then use optimize for focus rest timing, time that break so I don't overrun it. 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, it's like, okay, cool, great. Now where's my attention? Well, my attention now needs to be back on study. So I bring it back onto study. So it trains your ability to really stay in flow. Again, this is a relatively more advanced technique. However, it is potentially extremely effective, especially when paired with something like the priority 0+1 system, which naturally, this system of prioritization is incredibly flexible. If you've already used this, you already will have realized that the priority 0+1 is so flexible that it almost feels like you have way too much time to spare in between. That's great because when you use attention management, all of that extra time in between, you can actually fill that very easily because of the fact you have a task management system where you know all the tasks you need to do, so you know you can always fill that time with whatever you need to fill it with. You have a very clear set of priorities so that if you need to fill it with something that's a higher or lower priority, you can do that. At the end of every day, every moment of the day was spent exactly as you intended it to be spent. Whether that's relaxing, whether that's spending time with friends, family, watching a movie, or studying, the time was spent exactly how you wanted it to. And even if it's watching YouTube, going through Facebook and Instagram, it's all good as long as that's what you intend to do. And then you feel very fulfilled and satisfied at the end of the day, and it's not stressful at all, and you just maintain that flow, and it's just a lot easier to deal with. So as a quick recap, we are realizing that time management has some flaws in itself because of the fact that we're not really managing time anyway. We're managing our perception of time, and it doesn't actually matter what time it is as long as we get the activity that we wanted to do done. So it's really more about our activity and our tasks, and the ability to do our activity and our tasks actually depends on our attention. And also, we know that generally speaking, we are working at a pretty decent speed in order to make sure that the quality is good enough anyway. And the most important thing is for us to be focused and manage our attention to do that anyway. So we already know that the most important thing is to just get our stuff done. That's the reason we're scheduling in the first place. We already know that while we're doing it, the most important thing is to be focused. So if we're able to just do an activity and then move on to the next activity and move on to the next activity without having to worry about the time, then we already know that that is going to be the fastest possible way to finish all those tasks. It's actually the fastest possible way to finish it. It's the fastest possible way because there is no waste of time between one activity and the next. And we can't speed up the activity itself anyway. So if we're already doing the activity the fastest possible way, and then immediately after, we're simply shifting our attention to the next intentional thing, which is the next activity, and there is very little or no delay between that, then, and we're doing this activity with as fast as possible anyway, then overall, the way we spent our day must have been the fastest possible way to do it anyway. So actually, it doesn't matter how we would have scheduled it, because it's not possible for us to schedule it faster than the fastest possible way. So even if you said 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and then 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and then you do it through attention management, and you finish this at, instead of 2 o'clock, you finish this at 2:34. You're 34 minutes over time. But it's like, okay, so if you had scheduled that from 1 to 2, will you magically have been able to do it between 1 to 2 anyway? Unless you were wasting time doing it normally, then no, it would have taken you the same amount of time anyway to do it. So then your schedule just would have been broken. And then you will have had to just reschedule it. So the perfect schedule will end up looking like, when you reflect on how long it actually took to do each thing, it will have looked exactly the same as attention management anyway. It's just that attention management acknowledges the fact that you're working fast and the main issue is the time between activities. So it just doesn't worry about the time. So 2:34, you start this one, and then you finish this one at 3:17, and then you start this one at 3:18, and you work till 4:25, and now you're 25 minutes over time. But it's like, that's actually still the fastest possible way you would have been able to achieve it anyway, no matter how you set it out in your schedule. So actually, we may as well not actually bother even scheduling it. We just say what you intend to do during the time, and we simply be very aware of where our attention is, and we shift our attention from task to task throughout the entire day. Now, it's not easy to do, especially when you're just starting out. It does require a very high level of self-awareness. It requires a high level of being aware of how you're spending your time. So there is a number of stages that you need to reach before you're able to use attention management fluidly and fluently without it exploding your brain. So we'll have a worksheet, as usual. If you just work through that worksheet, you'll get to a point where you're able to do attention management more. Don't rush the stages. Get to a point where you're comfortable with each stage. And once you're comfortable with each stage, you can move on to the next stage until eventually you are running like a very well-oiled, non-delayed attention management